So I think that happens when there's some grass somewhere on the map, but it doesn't know how to route to. So it tries to like do the routing code to like find a path to clear the grass, and it doesn't exist anywhere, or I can't reach it. Is that too loud? Yeah, it's me. Oh, jump scare. Fair enough. So I kind of want to know where the grass is that it just like completely freaked out on. I guess it doesn't matter at this point. Because I thought I made it so that it could walk literally everywhere. I don't think I block any like locations. So after this chore, we're going to go do some exploring. Oh, that's fair. Okay. We're gonna go do some exploring quick because I want to know where that grass was. Because I thought I made it so that like literally you couldn't like get blocked. Oh, it could be over here. That would do it for sure. Or if it's like behind the barn, maybe. That's only gonna soft lock me at some point, for sure. Well, I'm not dealing with it because I don't want to deal with it. All right, screw it. Well, it's good to know. It's good to know that we're screwed. I could make it check only the plantable areas. That would make sense. That's a harder check to do. How would we do that? Where is my window? All right. Scythe grass. Oh, we use a thing in here that's nearest grass. The problem is you could still have, but that could be a tillable tile, right? Like it's a tillable tile that's, I don't care if it's tillable, unless it's in my like bounding box, right? Like unless it's something that I'm gonna physically like want to plant over, it doesn't really matter, right? This is actually gonna be in here instead. Nearest grass. Nearest grass. Do I not have nearest grass? I also want to kill my animals. Like I definitely like want to kill my animals. I want to delete that barn so bad, but you can't. Well, I don't have the bounding boxes done, so this is going to be where we do the like. Since I think pretty much everybody's here at this point, we can kind of walk through like how does this work. Thing. So I don't have a bounding box for how that stuff works. This is. I basically like everybody. Yeah, it's us. I mean, you guys are pretty much everybody that I care about. So the basic way that this works is there's a bunch of these sort of individual chores that come through. I gotta turn off the game audio for myself because it's like so disorienting to try and talk over. Holy shit. So there's something that basically goes through and counts how many saplings do I have, how much wood do I have, fiber, whatever, all the deconstructors, what they currently are doing, all the wood chippers, all the crystallariums. So I compute all of these things sort of as like what is the current state of the map effectively, or of the file. You know, is the casino open? How many jades do I have in inventory? Do I need a food buff? What have you? And then I basically just kind of loop through these things. So I decide, hey, if I need jade, I don't have enough jade. Sorry, this is for like trading jade. If I have, you know, it's not the night market because the night market sucks. I hate it. It's the worst. To like lose a full week. But you know, if I have some jade and it's a Sunday and I don't have enough stone, I should trade in some jade. You know, same with staircases. Do I have staircases? Should I be deconning more staircases? Trading fiber, deconstructing staircases. Is the chipper gonna finish before I want to go to bed? Or before I'm just like, I shouldn't be chipping literally all day, every day. I should only chip for like half the day or most of the day. Should I harvest the farm? So the farm, I just check a bunch of tiles. If they're good to go, like there's a crop on them, probably time to harvest. This solves the fact that I'm too lazy to like go through. Plus it's kind of slow to actually test every individual tile. So if I can just do some like subsample basically of like a region, this will tell me if that thing is ready to go. Flipping jades, how many machines are done, whatever. So anyways, you have all these different things that we test for. And then basically I come through and I say, hey, should I go to bed? No. Should I increase on my taxes? It sucks and I don't want to deal with it. Yeah, like that's like just the catchphrase of the stream. For sure. It's most things suck and I don't want to deal with them. And yet I've done a lot of work to not deal with them. So, you know, do I need a food buff? Do I need a drink buff? I don't drink after. I think I only do one because I actually never... what I really should do is I should make more of my Larium's diamonds because you don't get enough diamonds, I think, at my current pace to drink more than one a day. That might not be true. I might be able to do 2 now, but it's just sort of say like whatever. Don't only drink at a certain point. Should I craft saplings? This is like a soft lock prevention. Like this is to if I have enough fiber and I have more than enough wood and I have seeds, just go craft the freaking saplings. This is sort of to solve a problem where I was ending up overfilling on fiber and basically like hard locking my inventory. Why that worked that way, I don't know. Do I have enough fences or should I go buy fences? So I get to go gamble. Gambling is really fun. Hopefully gambling will come up at some point soonish, right? Because the fences check is, you know, do I have, what, min fences is 2,000. So we're at 2,200, yeah, right. You know, 1,900 something now. So we'll be doing fences, or we'll be doing some Gamba strats here in a little bit. Replenishing fences is just going to buy them from the actual shop once they're there. Say it again. Oh, no, I actually fixed the zoom bug. Or at least I fixed the view bug. So view now actually works correctly. In TASMod at least. I feel like it was a stupid way that I fixed it, but it worked and I didn't care. I changed how the modifier works basically, so that it now actually uses your zoom modifier in game as the like real modifier. I'd have to go into the code and explain it, but if I go to what is it, map view. So when I get in here, I just take the like zoom level that you're actually at and use that for the base zoom level here. So it gets this modifier. And now the math actually apparently just works correctly when you do it this way, because the way it just like gets into... oh, I can't peak definitions on this machine. That's too bad. That's going to make actually some of the things I want to do way harder. Whatever. But yeah, so I fixed that. So now actually like when I do... Like I can do that now even like right, so now these are actually tile aligned correctly, whereas before they were not, which like really was a pain in the ass before because you just couldn't do a lot of the stuff that you'd want to use this like view for. So then I just go in through an order. So if I can do one of these tasks, I will do it and then jump back to the They worked at 100% zoom. Oh yeah. But now you can actually zoom out more, which is nice. Because it was a pain in the ass when you couldn't before. Right, like you would want to have a more zoomed out feel, I think, but you know, it doesn't have to be. So each task, if you can do it, then you go to continue. This is a Lua problem. Lua doesn't have like a continue statement, so you have to do jumps to like a breakpoint, basically. Yeah, I thought so. One of the things I wanted to make sure of is that I had that as part of the scene, because I was like, you might as well see the thing still going on in the background. Especially because you're going to still hear it, because I was too lazy to figure out how to make Elgato not do the stupid thing. So, you know, you come through here. Most of these are pretty stupid the way that they work, which is great because they're really easy to understand what's going on then. Yeah, I wish it had to continue. I don't know why it doesn't. I started typing continue though, and like the Lua like extension or whatever in VS Code was like, you're trying to make a jump, and so it auto inserted the jump in the right place. And I was like, oh, okay, that's how this works. So a lot of the things here, we'll do like a example. Let's do like gamble. So we do a couple things. One, we set our chore for the day, so you know, or the chore that we're going to currently do. We go to the casino, and the way the casino works is we say, are we in the club? Nope. Okay, we're going to go to the Oasis. Are we at Sandy House, which is actually the name of the Oasis? I forget this every time. You know, we don't have to go anywhere. If we're at the club, we got to go back down. If we're not, we got to go to the desert. So we'll go to the desert. If we're in the desert, great. If we're in Sandy's, we'll go outside. Doesn't matter. If we're going to be in the club, we'll go outside. Yeah, yeah, exactly, scribble. And if I'm not, this is pathing that's specific to this. We will go to the farm, which, because I have the totem, right? So I will go to the farm. I will then walk over to a specific tile, which is where my totem is. And then I'm just going to spam alternating right clicks on the thing until I eventually am in the desert. And then once I'm in the desert, we will percolate back up to say, okay, I'm going to go walk over to the door for the Oasis, and I'm just going to wait there until it's at least 9 o'clock. And then I'll basically spam right click on the door until I'm actually in the Oasis again. And then that'll percolate back. And then you basically will go to the casino. This is just walking around. That's how a lot of the sort of movement-y stuff works. A lot of it's fairly hard-coded to like specific tiles, but thankfully the game doesn't change ever, so it doesn't really matter. There's some basic things like when I'm walking to a tile, I can pass it a specific function for what I want to do. This could be like, where does the mouse need to be? Do I want to interact with other things? This comes a lot in the harvesting stuff. So if I get like harvest farm, my go to bed is it's late TM. So here basically come through if it's late. That would have been an equally go to bed chore is it's late. I think would have been funny. That would have, I might swap that at some point here. Day of month, so it's the first, I need to go and check if grass has spawned on the map, because grass very likely is going to spawn in the middle of my like farming area, and I can't break it with anything else. So I just have a manual, let's just go walk and just destroy all the grass that exists in the world. Thankfully, as long as you don't crash, by the time, once you hit winter, that grass is going to disappear and you'll always be able to start again. So like, it's not the end of the world. And you'll lose some tiles, but it's not so bad. But you prefer not to have it. You definitely need to like tamp it down at least, which is stupid, and it shouldn't exist because you have a golden clock, which is supposed to stop debris from spawning, and it's like, nah, you can still get trees to like drop seeds, and you can still get freaking grass to spawn. And you're like, why? What was the point of this stupid clock? So I'll come through. I will, you know, figure out what seed I need and the recipe that I should be crafting against. So these are just basically lookups for the given season that you're in. I will go get the seeds, so I'll go walk over to the specific chest that I have for seeds. If I don't have these things, I will just check how many I have in my inventory. All the clock does is stop fiber from spawning, and fiber is good. It does stop like twigs, which is useful because again, like the other thing I don't like is that at some point here, all of the like pathing on my farm is gonna get exploded. Oh, did I miss gambaying? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. If I had realized, I'd have swapped back. We could reset the day. But the thing I hate, and I'm gonna go walk out to explain the thing. Do I have any on me here? No, I don't. But these stupid paths will at some point get hit by lightning because the golden clock doesn't affect lightning either, and I'm way yeah, it's fair. The golden clock doesn't solve these from lightning either, and I'm way too lazy to set up my actual like 30-something lightning rods that are just in the chest over here, or 20 chests. Like I could do this and I could make a chore, but then I don't wanna. We could do that. It would solve like a minor inconvenience. That also will break things at some point, because at some point my code is not super smart. So like if I'm standing here and this tile doesn't have anything on it, then I will attempt to plant a thing on that tile because it's a hoeable tile that has a thing on it. I don't really know. This is like a legacy of my farm and me doing this manually. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. What the hell is this thing? I should fix this at some point, but it is like way too late. I'm like 2 hours into a, well, I'm at like, what is 160? 7 hours of saplings in the last 2 hours. It's just not getting fixed. It's not happening. Also, I'm on the wrong scene, so no one can tell what I'm looking at. That's good. Yeah. So like this stupid thing over here like needs to get dropped. Also, I feel like when I'm on like rain, it just destroys this thing, especially at speed. Yeah. Well, as long as you guys are willing to binoculars, that's fine. All right. I don't remember what I was explaining at this point, so I'll just continue to ramble about nonsense. But you can define a bunch of different like functions that I want to run. So like, hey, if I can use the hoe, I should use it. If I can pickaxe, axe, harvest, whatever. Then I create a function that I want to run every frame. And basically I will run each of those in series. And so if I want to hit pickaxe, I will use the pickaxe. If I want to axe, I'll use the axe. And I'll just like basically regenerate per frame each of these different options that exist. And like pickaxe, for example, just says, hey, check all of the tiles around me. So, you know, one tile around me. Is there a stone in there? Yeah, I'm all over the place. Like, I didn't think at all about the fact that I was going to do this at some point. Just the fact that, like, I need to be able to show code on screen. All of the functions are chunk. It works, and I don't care. Is the end of a lot of it. So, like, pickaxing is basically, hey, loop in the ring around your character. Is there something that is a stone? If it is, switch to the tool and use it on that tile. Which all this does is basically says, hey, there's a thing to like figure out the right keys to swap to a specific tool. And then once you're on that tool, you can then, you know, mouse over it, say, hey, I'm going to left click on that mouse. I'm going to then use the mouse. And right now I actually have the base engine doing the advanced animation cancel frame. So this, I just do one frame advance here. The game logic itself, or like the automation logic, basically will pull up at that point and say, I'm going to advance the rest of the frames, and then I will cancel at that point. so, you know, you'll do that for each of the different tools, and if you have seeds, then you'll go plant them. You won't have seeds, for example, if it's the 28th, because the 28th is the last day where I harvest. I'm not sack cropping because it takes no time to re-hoe the field for TAS, and I don't want to lose 900 seeds or 920 seeds or whatever it ends up being, because seeds are the limiting factor in all of this. But to hoeing and like the way I work on the farm, this is the way I've encoded my path. My path is a strict like sequence of turns, basically. So I go down to like I start in a specific spot and I just walk cardinal directions through this thing. And so I basically will come in, I will then like we could actually just sort of look at that probably. So craft saplings and then. So like basically what it does, right? I start here, I go down 2, then I go left 12, so I walk all the way over here, etc. Right? Like that's the way this is encoded, because it's way easier than it sounds like a quiet drill. Yeah, it kind of does. Right. You could do a lot of more complicated things than this. You could automate like, here's what the optimal path of this thing is. That would take so long. That would take so much like effort to actually do correctly. And I'm not sure that there's like guaranteed like I mean I'm sure there is a path that is like optimal. But like at some level it doesn't really matter, because you just need to walk all the tiles at some point. You come over, you do a basic walkthrough. You like have to kind of do some like weaving in and out at some points. But like it works well enough. And so that's sort of the like why I can't just do. I feel like there was a thing that I couldn't do that someone described, and now I'm like, well, this is how it works. There's something that got me into the. Oh yeah, so this is all back to the point of scything grass, which is I can't know, like I don't have a bounding box for this region here, so I don't know that it's like grass that I care about versus grass that I don't care about. Hey, piano. So anyways, the fact that there's grass on the farm is back 30 minutes, however long I've been rambling for at this point. Which I have to believe is over here somewhere. Yep, it's right here. There's a little patch of grass right here. I'm again on the wrong scene. But yeah, it's right in this guy. So it's... I can't tell that that's grass there, but there's apparently some grass right here. And anyways, that just breaks my shit. So that's definitely not going to be a problem. 100 hours into this, surely, right? Definitely not. I'll get this thing back running again. Let's see. That's a lot of what's ultimately happening here. It's a lot of kind of like manually defined chores for stuff. Yes, so right now, one of the things that I implemented not too long ago was this notion of save skipping. Oh, skip save. Skip saving. Not save skipping. So right now I am false, so I am not skipping the save. So I'm actually updating the save file every time. So I could basically just rewind. And I would be back on this day. So I'm back on the 9th again. So at least I can always, at this point, like I won't lose progress. You might just like, what I can't do now is I can't replay the last, whatever, 100,000 frames. So at worst, you brick by, you know, realistically, you're going to brick at some point probably, but you brick by a day, as long as you don't advance past that day, and at which point you're going to brick for forever, basically, probably. But this is going to require probably just some random intervention every so often. Yeah, and again, like, the worst case scenario would probably be like I lose one crop rotation. I think you could probably like fuck up and just like not get a rotation. which would suck, but like I have enough safety seeds on hand always to make sure that it doesn't really become a problem. Yeah, that's fair. I have what's my favorite sound effect? I like the decons. I like the I think I like the yeah, I think chippers are real good. The chipper dump is real good. I don't know. All of it's really fun. Yeah, that's also good. The fact that they all sync together is really good. I found out the bug that I had and why I can't do like 2x speed. It's just effectively running uncapped frame rate right now. Uncapped Lua frame rate. So this is as fast as the Lua engine can like run at this point. I'm glad I fixed the stupid fiber buy, because like I for the life of me couldn't understand what was going on, and I was like double counting the cells that I was doing. So I would end up with like 5 extra stacks of like stone every time, and it like just became a nuisance. Also, moving the chest to be closer was just like, what am I doing? Why am I walking away from this thing? The other nice thing that I have in this is because I'm not running the movement code from the game directly, I have cleaner movement around. That's probably hard to tell. Can I explain the farm layout? So the farm layout is trash and is based on my actual casual version of this thing. But sure, I'll do that in a second. So in the like from the movement stuff at least, I am using the same Pathfinder code to tell me the tiles to walk, and then I am walking the tiles in Lua because I can do better control and I have a better understanding of how to quickly like ensure that ensure that I'm like walking to the corner of a tile or to the edges of the tile, so I'm just barely in, versus what before would happen if you like have looked at the tasks. In the automated sections, you very clearly are walking center to center. I can like look ahead and like walk to where the next thing needs to be. So if I'm going right and then down, I can like thin the bottom of the tile basically, so that when it comes across, I can then move down from there. Which I thought was really fun, because then you can start to like actually more optimize your movement. Especially, I think I don't know, Zach, how much you did. Exactly, I don't know how much you did of the like pathfinding stuff. But I know, Mermaid, you probably dealt with this before, where like the pathfinding is actual trash. Right, like it tells you a good path, but like when it walks it like pretty inefficiently. Like you lose a bunch of frames when you walk with the normal like Pathfinder. So I was happy to have something that worked slightly better than that. The actual map, let's go take a, yeah, you just do it manually. That makes sense. Because it's like significantly better. And I use it mostly to get me like what is the tiles I should be walking, and then I just manually walk it myself because you can thin things better. Now it's pretty hard for me to do significantly better. Like you can get a little bit better, but it doesn't matter at a certain point. Okay, so whoops, I forgot that I had this thing set up to highlight. Oh god, I'm on the wrong thing again. Someday I'll get better at remembering what view I'm on. All right, so this is my farm. Most of this is based on me playing the challenge casually for the first 4 years, basically. 3.5. I started doing task dev work, or the bot dev work, somewhere in late summer of year 4. We're in fall 10th now, so that's pretty good. Fuck around with making the mouse teleport randomly during it. Yeah, so that's a lot of what I think you'd be able to do now, effectively. I remember. Oh, sure, that makes sense. Yeah, to be honest, I used View a lot for that. I would actually like draw myself little waypoints to be like, here's where I want to walk. And then when I'm not in View anymore, and I have what is it, tile highlights? Tile highlight? Yeah. So then you get like a thing here. And if I don't have a good way of doing it here, but if I do press O here, I'll get them in a numbered order. So I can get like, hey, here's the number of these things that I want to do. Oh, good. Yeah. I find this helpful for me from like a pathing perspective. I can like plop some things down on the map and I'll be like, okay, I want to walk to here and then here. It's especially useful when you're like, I know somewhere off in the distance. Yeah, dude, like we're not close. And that's why this is a, you know, a very long time. Oh shit. The one thing I didn't think of when I was resetting, you lose your timer, which kind of sucks, but it's been going as long as I've been live. So whatever. But again, to this, it was going to happen at some point because at some point I'm going to have to do it because there's a memory leak in Stardew that like you wouldn't notice unless you played for literally like 40 hours straight, and like constantly loaded and unloaded maps. I probably could actually update with it. No, that timer is based on a stopwatch. I don't think I could make that work. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to reboot. I mean, this is like not a bug. Like it's really not a bug. I don't know. I mean, you probably won't actually have to. I just was noticing on my machine that I like went from a game that was at like 4 gigs of RAM usage to like 30 gigs of RAM usage, and I was like, I haven't, you know. It's also possible that like literally storing several million frames could be a problem. So the notion here at some point was, you know, a lot of this was about getting bonus points first. So you got to have your bonus point chests. Right. So here I have crafted everything, all the crafts, collections. I have only shipped the ginger associated with getting the what's it called? Solar panel. Right, so that's it. That's all I've got shipped. I've caught every fish, got all the artifacts, obviously, got all the minerals, obviously, cooked all the things. We're at pretty much most things. I've almost gotten this just because I've done so many freaking what's it called? Oh goodness. Key quests. All the letters, all the notes, whatever. Here are my turn-in chests. So here are all the animal producty things. Here's some portion of fishy things, I guess. I don't know if I actually use some color scheming for this. Doesn't feel like it exactly. It's just artisan goods, I guess. Yeah, and here's all the mine stuff. Update locally to pause timer at your max frame thing on the timer panel. I mean, update locally to pause timer at your max frame on the timer panel. Doesn't it do that? Isn't that not a thing? There should be a way of doing that. So, oh, the pause timer at your max frame. Oh, okay. I don't know if I care that much about that necessarily. Because you can stop it to pause on a specific frame for like a run, like recording. So like I don't really care that much about that. But that's fair. That's interesting. I could see cases where that would be kind of useful. I'd also see cases where it'd just be good to be able to like manually set the time for this. That would be nice. That's fair. Okay. Reasonable. I mean, I use the like live timer mostly to be like, how long have I actually been playing? Like, this is mostly for my own, like, you know, how should I like move? Maybe? No? Okay. So then back to game. So yeah, so all my bonus points are here. I have a bunch of garbage chests with just stuff I don't care about. Literally nothing. Just nonsense stuff. This is mostly where my mail stuff comes to. This was sort of a reasonably easy pack in for this block. So I could record and have a stop at the exact run end. Yeah, so that's a thing that should just have worked. I don't know if I ever sent this code or if like this code exists somewhere. It exists now somewhere, so like this exists on GitHub. I have a separate repo that's all my stuff, but like you can effectively set an end frame, and what's supposed to happen is the timer should stop at the end of the end frame. I think. Man, I really thought that that's how that worked, but maybe not. I'd have to go look at the yeah. Anyways, so then I have these were for when I was thinking about manipulating rain. I was basically, especially for manual work, I would just create rain totems for the Ginger Island, because I already have enrichers there, because I didn't want to have to redo what's it called? Laying down the fertilizer. Right, so I have all the enrichers here. So like when I would come to like day before harvest, I would be manually doing the I have 985. I'll talk about that in a second. I would just manually come here and I would do the rain totem, just because I was like, I do not want to water and have to rehoe and do all this. That's already annoying as shit. I am going to run out of fertilizer at some point. I have a chore that rebuys fertilizer and will reinsert it back in. Buying this, I think I figured out, basically the full stack in each one of these will last about 11 years. And over that 11 years, I will make 40 million more G than if I didn't have the fertilizer. So pretty significant increase there for that. I forgot this. I've got a lot of nonsense math that I've done at some point here. Then it's just, you want this close. You want your totems close. This was back when I cared. I could have moved these at some point. This actually wouldn't be a terrible spot for me to just throw literally all of my lightning rods. And actually, maybe I should just do that. This would be a pretty easy chore. You'd walk to the farm, you'd walk to here, you'd walk up, collect, and then you'd dump in this chest. We could maybe do that. Next lightning day, we're going to stop and we're going to write that chore. So we don't have to worry about this, because you guys are right. That's probably easy enough to do. You do need to collect. If they're charged, right, it's a problem. I assume they don't work if they have a battery. I guess I don't actually know. I just assume that they like don't do anything. All right. So then I have these ray fish ponds. I have 10 of them. Yeah, that's what I would think too. I have 10 of these things. This was backfilling for. I don't think that's true, Mermaid. I think like they just don't do anything. Anecdotally, I think that. Well, no, maybe I just got unlucky a bunch of times. You can't fix lightning anyways. The game is garbage for this. Like this is my hill I'm willing to die on. This game is trash because the golden clock doesn't do enough. Just saying it now. So you get these are for backfilling Magi seeds, the fish ponds basically. So whether or not this was a good strat, unclear. I agree. Yeah. It like kind of works. You get basically a Magi seed every 4 days for each one. So I'm getting like 2.5 seeds a day, which like is pretty good. I actually have a crap ton of Magis around yeah, for sure. Like a crap ton of these around. So I am in full. I'm gonna actually eat food. All right, so this place is full, or like reasonably full, of just Magis. Yeah, we'll add a year counter. No, because harvesting Magis would take effort to figure out. Realistically, what I probably would just do is I would just say, hey, come to here for each one of these things, find the nearest tree, walk underneath it, and then just swing up and then just like collect. But I don't bother. It would be maybe a little bit faster, but I still have to decon. Like my actual like slow thing specifically is chipping, which I could spend a bunch of money and just get more chippers. So like that probably would be better. Yeah, effectively. You just need to like make them. I guess I can just view here. He's just hanging out. Just hanging out. Right, so like obviously this place is all full. Just for your quarry. Yeah, I mean it's I got to the point where I was just like, I need wood really badly, and then I was like, I fucking hate this. Like and then I did like half of the desert, and I was like, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered to do the rest of this. I think what I really wish. Yeah, that's the thing that I actually need to do, piano, and I like this file is existing at the point that I stopped playing, not at the point that would clearly be optimal for making this run not take a billion hours. So for me, I was like, I have spent manually like 150 hours on this file. I am the closest to perfection I've ever been. My perfection is sitting in like 6 chests over there, and at some point I'll turn those in because I just want to see the cutscene myself. But like at that point, I was like, I can't be asked to play this anymore. Like, I love you guys. This is a fun challenge. I can't play this fucking thing anymore. So this is instead what I have to do with my broken brain. And at that moment, I was like, I'm not going to deal with getting more key gems or doing other things. There's lots of things that you could do, add to improve to this. You could get like, I'm more likely to do task perfection than I am to like manually do this at this point. And a lot of things that I've learned at least help me a ton with this, because I just like there's mechanics and there's like certain things that we can start to actually do with tasks that I didn't know we could do before. Which again, like I think Zachary said this a lot, but like this is one of those like, I don't know if you use the analogy, but I think of it almost like space programming things where you're just like, I have to just do garbage ideas and just like do the hard thing. And I was like, oh my god, wait, look at all the things you can start to do. So we're at pretty full on the Magi side, but again, I haven't chopped a tree, and this thing right now is in fall. I haven't chopped one in probably over a year, maybe year and a half. And then the rest of this is mostly just like, how do I efficiently get a thing in here? I don't know why. I think I probably could fit one more. Yeah, I think Mermaid did actually post one, and Do Crew, I want to say like a month back, basically. Oh, what did I haven't done task glitches runs? Oh, no, I don't think for the earlier versions. The problem would have been that like I just like we could go back and actually probably make a mod for it or do something to make those work. At the time, especially, I was not a good enough dev to figure out what I know now. I did too, Zachary. Yeah. I think I would know how to at least do the like wrapping around the game better now. Having done this 5 times or however many times I ended up building a task engine. So the question is, can you get an old? I guess you could just download an old version of SMAPI, right? So if I made a TASMod that worked with an old version of SMAPI, that would work. Because at this point now, I feel really comfortable making like how to break SMAPI to do what we need to do. And I'd be able to leverage a lot of similar things, I think, because SMAPI hasn't changed that much. At least in terms of like the broad skeleton stuff. Would need dialogue boxes working. Oh, that's a thing that I had meant to do at some point. I think that's actually pretty easy. Like what you would effectively just do is like, right. So if I go into like recording, and I go to frame state, you have a random state. Yeah, but you can just download a specific version, Zachary. Like that's like you would just go and find the version of SMAPI that was built at whatever. It would probably be a little bit different, but you would get a lot of the basics would be the same. is what I'm thinking is you could just have a field that is like, hey, injected text for the frame. So if you click into a text box, here is the text that I want to insert on this frame, basically. Oh yeah, I mean, coding from scratch is really the question. I have no idea how much we'd have to actually do, but it's way easier to start from that point than it is to like decompile, recompile the game. Given that I don't have access to like old versions easily, I'd have to go and actually make the like recompiled versions myself, which I've done. Like that's why I think on this machine I have versions of TAS, like standalone TAS builds from like 1.3, 1.4. I think two different versions of 1.3, 1.4, 1.50, 1.56 or something, until I've decided that this is how I want to deal with it. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm thinking this might be how I do the like you can insert text on a frame. Is basically I have no idea how you'd implement WC in TASMod. I mean, I wonder what happens when I click these buttons. Worst case, we lose the day. It's not that big a deal. Advance. Keyboard equals, what is it? Keys.enter. And then, what is it? Alt. Left Alt. Shouldn't have been in the view menu for that, probably. So ostensibly that was a WSC, and it just or it's I wonder if those keys are actually being captured anywhere. Do I capture those keys? I don't capture enter. That's why. Or actually, I don't capture either key. So neither of those keys actually would get filtered through. So never mind. I did nothing for no reason. But ostensibly, that's how you would just do it. And then again, if you just had, instead of like comments, which I've never used this actually would have been an interesting way for me to use the like text panel, is to like use those comments specifically to like write the text panel. But I don't. So, that would have been probably an interesting way to like use that or pull from that basically. That would have allowed me on playback to get those, because if you ever looked at the like spat up thing, it's just waiting for bed or like going to bed or whatever. Because I don't update there. I got lost thinking about something, and I don't remember what I was thinking about. That's most of farm, right? Like farm is basic gear. I've got lots of stuff that I could do that I don't think help that much. This is HS, like this is hyperspeed grow, because you just need these to run as fast as possible, and because you don't lose it, it's really easy. I still am unclear if I think it would be better for me to DSG out here for 2 extra harvests this season. Even if you lost it, I think it's still technically worth, right? Because like, you're looking at like what 2.5 seeds per tile, basically, something like that. So it's probably worth it, but I can't really. I'd have to just add that in as basically another task. I'd have to go buy the thing, and then I'd have to make sure that I actually place it. I feel like I would just. Would I be able to be done with it before this thing finishes? Absolutely. I don't know how much it would actually speed me up, really. Again, I want the wrong scene. I'm happy to answer any other questions that people have, or things that they want to know more about how it works, or what have you. But or if people are like, stop talking, get back to saplings, dink donk, that's also fine. Need to clear these stupid tiles because that's going to bother me otherwise. I mean, he's got to start running because he's got okay, so hats are like 0. I have like very few hats. Right, like we're talking like not a lot of hats. I do have 2 frog hats. 2 dark cowboy. I chose to say screw hats. You're a 7 or 8 blue cowboy hats. That's believable. I think at some point I stopped getting. I didn't really go deep into SC really. I like would run to 100 and then I would go do something else. I think this is actually the only blue one I have. I have garbage rings. I have a Iridium band, whatever. Oh, actually, I got better rings. For a long time, I was just running with the glowstone rings. Like that was all I had. That was it. Glowstone and like burglar. That's fair. You need something to get you going. I don't think I've changed these in like actual years in game. I keep one of each of these just so that I always have them in inventory to hold the slot, because otherwise I'm afraid that I'm going to soft lock somehow or they're not going to be there. I don't think I need an axe anymore, to be honest. But at this point, I don't know, so I just leave it. I think I did before I got the clock. Mermaid, I didn't have a hammer in this run until like year 3. I just literally never found one, and I was not willing to spend the money on one. I just like didn't have it. I bought the Galaxy Hammer. I might have even upgraded it. Infinity whatever. And I just like, I don't use it. This is where I like, me as a casual is still very much a noob. And like, I instant cancel the second I club smash. I have not gotten over it. I don't know how to not do it. My brain is just like, you've used a tool. It's time to cancel. And you're like, cool. That's like exactly not the thing to do right now. You're like, yeah, I could have used the 150 hours I played to learn to not do that, but like, I spent most of that time just learning how to basically cancel. So I'm not great at it still. Yeah, I mean, if you're tactically doing it, that's great. I just would do it 100% of the time. 100% of the time. So the way it knows on Ginger Island is it basically, when it walks, it looks at every frame around it. So I'm gonna go to the harvest island. Yeah, it checks all the neighboring tiles. So each time it's moving, which basically it's walking in a spiral here, so I'm just walking some number of tiles in each direction, basically. You see, like, I had to do up, whatever, like me. Effectively, I just drew this, like, path, and I encoded it, basically, so, as, like, a bunch of, like, individual steps that you would take. But here, I just go, and I say, okay, for each of the tiles around me, is there an object on it? If there is, I shouldn't hoe it. If there isn't a terrain feature, I don't need to hoe it, right? Or if there is, I probably need to do something else, like break the grass, or if there's flooring there or something. If it's a diggable tile, then I'll use the hoe on it, basically, here. And this is just, like, swap to the tool, get the tool, exactly. why I do this. I tell it what tile to use. What on earth does this do? I have no idea why I do this. This doesn't make any sense. This is just extra work for no reason. I guess you will fall out the first time it happens, so it's not that bad, but it's just weird. Don't look at your code that you wrote 2 weeks ago. Like you don't want to look at code that you've written before. You're always gonna just find the things you're like, I was a moron. This isn't. I found a bunch of bugs trying to get ready for today. I went through. I have like a little note on my phone. I probably have like 30 or 40 individual like small little bugs I found over the course of the last like day and a half. That are just like, in some ways, mind-boggling to me because like those bugs existed and yet the first one went off fine. It went, for the hour and a half or whatever recording was, and I was like, yeah, no problem. We're great. I don't know what the best way to kill animals is. I assume just leave all of them out because I assume they each roll every night individually. We could probably go look for that. I don't think I have a scene that has like a browser. Let me figure out how to do that. On the fly, figuring out how to use OBS. Let's go. Oops. Duplicate. Browser. Don't need Visual Studio. I do need window capture. I'm very much learning how to show this. Stretch the screen, fit the screen. I don't know. This is not my normal profile. I just have a profile so that it wasn't like dox me, right? It's like I'm just in a blank profile basically. Stardew Valley. No, GitHub. Yeah, okay, I was right. I mean, I've doxed myself a bunch of times, but I don't need to do it. Do we think it's location or do we think it's the animal? Oh God. Yeah, my password is Hunter2. Oh wait, what? Night event code. Events. What's that like? Oh, it's an utility. Cool. Are there any animals? I'm assuming it's not just like kill. High skill, that's close. Kill all static. Oh wow, I should look at. This would be a really good function for me to have known existed. Holy shit. Because this is the thing that if you've tasked before, you will find that you reset in town at one point. And what'll happen is that the noise of freaking Clint's shop will then play in the background for the rest of time. So this is a really useful thing to know exists. I didn't know that existed. Yeah, no, it's the worst. Or yeah, exactly. Bugs, like bobbing, like all the things that you do when you're tasking. Yeah, exactly. It's all miserable. So that's a good thing to just like learn exists. Oh, I don't know how to find the thing that I want to do. Oh yeah. I mean, at some point, I just don't play with. I don't normally task with audio because I'm like, it's actually not good. Like it can be good on a fresh load, but it's pretty bad otherwise. Okay, cool. Wild animal. Try wild. Nope. Attack. I feel like it's gonna be a sound in the night effectively. Maybe a farm event? It is a sound in the night. It's not listed as one of these. Oh, dogs. Dogs is the thing. Oh, interesting. It's is it 3 or is it 2? It's 2. Oops. Sound of the Night 2. Does the game have audio? I just can't hear it. Did my headphones die? Oh, my headphones died. Cool. Well, that's convenient. No, I have. No, I pressed the button to unmute it like a while ago. Like for me, it shows it as me. I should be able to hear it. My headphones have literally 0 battery. Which is fine because my mic still works. But what was I doing? Sound of the Night event 2. Yeah, honestly, yeah. No, well, yeah, you're right. I'm not a serious gamer. So you need to have. God, this is miserable. All right, or not zoom in more, zoom in less, please. I like the concept of wireless headphones. Normally, all right. So basically, you are not married, not wedding, not married. This is about. What is that? I know, Zach. We're all just not serious gamers. Bullshit. Bullshit's what it is. No. That's just. Well, actually, maybe. No. You'd have to like have the specific thing. If they can get pregnant, and you roll this. So like, if you not being married means you won't roll these things at all, which is nice because then you just will immediately drop down to here. If you have a spouse and they're like trying to get kids or whatever, or they're already having days until birth or whatever, you'll roll these types of events. But you want to get down into this Sound in the Night event 2, which is the dog event. And not. Yeah, so basically what it does is it says, okay, are there more animals Is that the count inside the building? Or is that the count? Oh, so the more buildings you have, the lower the odds? Or is this about not triggering? Yeah, you can only get one a night. Why is there a ruby ready? Because the way I walk and pick those up. Yeah, so it's just, yeah, and it's just averaging out the probability, I guess, against each of these things. So it's picking the building it kills from, but if you have more buildings, each individual roll will be less likely, right? Because it's not like this is one roll that I did once. It's each time I roll through this thing, I'm going to loop and roll this thing. So the more buildings I have, the lower this number is. So each one just becomes like if you had, 100 buildings, you would never break up. You'd never have a thing. Also, by the way, frickin' fish ponds count as buildings. Yeah, because then you're going to want to be able to delete a building. So yeah, so I don't know why this is a false. What is this being used for? Cool. This function never gets called somewhere. It's not even an override, so like it doesn't. There must be a thing that somewhere else is like using. That makes sense, yeah. More matches. Whatever. The one thing that sucks is when you're not on your like actual GitHub, like search in this works way worse. Slash, if you just have the code, you can search through it, which is way easier than what I'm doing right now. Because my guess is something obviously calls the setup function, but it's not in this file. Unless this thing literally never gets called, in which case that would be sick. Target building door. It basically just chooses one of the animals that's not in there. Or the first animal that's not in there gets like, basically. And then it gets all of your other animals, and they all have a mood message. I don't know what mood messages are. Let's go look at farm animals. Oh, okay. Apparently they don't eat if they've been, Oh, they just, like, don't get, like, your friendship at this point for eating. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so I think the answer is basically, like, ostensibly delete every other building you have. So if you have fish ponds, they gotta go. If you're trying to truly optimize this, right? Like literally all the buildings on your farm that you can get rid of, you should get rid of. And then you would want to focus one barn at a time. I think. Or like one building. I don't think it matters that much to do one versus like things. delete the greenhouse. That's for me at this point, I wouldn't delete the 10 frickin' fish ponds because I don't want to remake 10 fish ponds, and I don't want to have to then proc raise up to 10 in each of the 10 fish ponds. Like, I just don't want to deal with that. But I think that would be the optimal path. Instead, what I've just chosen to do is just hide these buildings off the side and just pretend they don't exist, and that's just way easier. Way easier. How starved are they? Well, I get maybe 1 or 2 pieces of grass every season because of the grass that grows that I need to chop. Yeah, it's really only in spring for me, I guess. Zach, at some point you're just gonna be done with it. You're just gonna be like, I can't do it anymore. Maybe you're a better man than I, or a better person than I am, but I let my animals just. I would, if I could destroy the building now, I would do it 100%. Okay, maybe I'm the monster. Maybe it's just me. That's fine. Me and Fraz out here just don't want animals anymore. They were great for bonus points. They're really important for bonus points. Don't want them anymore. Are you with the... Oh, I guess you're going for, like, true, like, pain and suffering, aka fun, aka, like, non-sprinklered full farm plus, like, rain totems. At that point, you do need the pigs, and you actually need... Well, I guess you don't need them to be happy, but you kind of want them to be happy to get more of them. I also didn't want to get all my things from my cart. And I think 100% CC was the right choice. I don't really think there was a question here. I don't think my bundles were awful for remix. I can't remember now, honestly. I'm sure that they exist somewhere in Elite Chat, but I for the life of me, don't remember. I just remember that in my first year fall, it didn't rain a single day. That's like the only thing that I like really remember about the early stages of this file. It was just like I legitimately went a full season without rain. I was like, cool. I would really like to have caught all these fish or whatever. Oh yeah, that's right. It's pretty easy doable. Like, you just define what bundles you want as like the binary flag, and you just do it. That's gambling. It's just that easy. I vaguely remember that happening, but I also think this was part of the time where I was just like heads down being like, there is a bug and I can't figure it out, so this is all I'm focusing on. Also, I'm curious if anyone besides Samantha has figured out yet the secret thing. Which is like not that exciting, but it makes me happy. Yeah, it's a good strat, Samantha. It should happen pretty soon, to be honest. Probably like within the next day. That's fair. Oh, not yet. That's my favorite. That happens like very, very consistently. Where like exactly at 12:20, it's late, so I'm gonna go to bed. But I like waited for the decons to finish just to watch them so I can go to bed. Like it happens so regularly, like I don't know how to describe it. No. So it just happened. Hard to see right now, maybe. If you didn't notice, we'll have to like, I'm not sure you'll have another one, be like abundantly clear. It's definitely more noticeable on a Tuesday. Really Sunday to Tuesday. I mean, there's the occasional day it happens like randomly on the farm, and those are hype days. Those are real hype days, but like they don't happen very regularly. Tuesday. And Tuesday is one of the most important days of this stupid run. I'm just so glad we can buy fiber. Like, if you couldn't buy fiber, I would have walked away from this so long ago. We're getting kind of close to maybe happening on the farm soon. Kind of close. It starts happening on Sundays. Tuesday is the day you will definitely, like, if you like look alike for a decent amount of it, you should notice, but no, God, no, piano. I have no idea. Basically, every tick I decide what I should be doing next. And if I don't have anything to do, I just wait until the next tick. Could you start to do look ahead stuff? Probably, yeah. Things like decons would be pretty easy because I know when the decon's gonna finish, or like when the chippers are gonna finish. But it's not like we're talking like minor amounts of time saved. Yeah, exactly. Like a stack out thing. Which again is a pretty pog moment. We started spring 4 with about 38,000 saplings. But I also spent about 3,000 saplings on spring 4 buying speed grow. So the reason those things were stacked is because the bot bought speed grow on the 4th. But that would have been 3 hours ago, basically. So. I fixed the thing where I was like safety seed stocking like up to 4 stacks, so now it consistently will have a little over 2 stacks in the thing. So unfortunately, we just don't go to festivals. I thought about writing up a bot to like win the mini games at the different festivals. Like a chore would just be like, I'm gonna go destroy every one of the like random mini games or at the fair or. Actually, yeah, today's also awful. It's a Saturday. Like, Saturday is one of the early days we go to sleep. I mean, winter tilling strats were like a thing that we did. Ugh. Ugh. Like yeah, and exactly, 18 eggs would have been one. I don't have the inputs for that anymore, so I'd have to reroute it. I would have to like go build it or like watch the route that I did previously and like regenerate it. That was probably a smart thing also, just to do the seed makering for winter roots. I actually don't think I was farming 9 or whatever it is. Scribble, you're still doing fiber seeds, right? So you're actually maintaining your HSG like between seasons? That's just wild to me. It's like actually wild to me. I did not want to die from these seeds. That's fair. Only 300 seeds is a lot better. Because you're looking at what? You buy 40 mixed seeds a year? Season. I have efficient hoe, yeah, explicitly. Because I was otherwise going to pass out from tilling my farm. You'd pass out at some point because you got a pickaxe because you're going to have to re-establish. But, I guess I can get efficient on that too. Right now it's speed. Yeah, not for this, it's not. Not for explicitly the thing that I'm doing, which is just retilling the earth so I can grow more forage. Like, it doesn't... I don't really need generous. It doesn't do anything. I trash the play there. Have blueberry strats literally been working? Have I just been, like, completely hating on the best... the unknown secret that everyone else knows, apparently? The best kept secret? You have 1.5k fiber seeds? That's too many. That's a lot. Also, I would flip that in a season. So, like, I guess you get some back from mixed seeds on that, but still. Wheat strats is, like, kind of reasonable. So, do you keep... Oh, gosh. So that's your summer to fall, right? I won't look at those. No, I won't do it. You can't make me, Zachary. Wheat really the play? I don't want it to be the play. To be clear, I'm not changing a goddamn thing about this bot. Like, to be completely clear. I may add more meme chores as time goes on and we're bored, but I am not, like, fundamentally changing the route because I just can't be asked. I don't want to do the seed maker with it either. Though that's actually like way simpler. I mean, to be honest, with tasks, I would just sit there and wait on each individual fiber in the mines, and I would just get infinite, and it would be easy. But I don't have a clue how I would deal with combat. That would kind of suck. So what? You're planting parsnips to preserve your... well, that doesn't preserve anything. So you plant the coffee? How are you preserving DSG or whatever from spring to summer? Or are you just only DSG, or like only doing summer to fall? Or are you not actually using fertilizer? You're just using it because you don't want to rehoe, which is like totally reasonable. See, fiber makes sense. It's just, so are you getting that many fiber seeds? Are you also blueberry like harvest? Am I the odd one here who just like was like, I fuck blueberries? Like, I don't understand. Like, I've been sacking actually for the like last year and a half that I played. Oh, that's fair. For the last like year and a half I played, I was sacking forage seeds. So like end of the season, I would flip forage seeds. Task I could definitely do mixed seeds. I would just plant on like the 28th the thing. Oh, did it? Oh my god, I missed it. It's gonna take a full like 3 seasons for the next one to happen on the farm. It's not close. Maybe a little over 3 seasons. We're gonna be like late summer year 6. Oh, that's what the thing I'll work on. While we're doing this, I'm gonna start working on an overlay for the year. When I mean overlay, I mean like a task overlay, because I'm not going to figure out how to make OBS do the thing that I want. I don't really feel like coding on stream, so you guys don't get to watch me code. I stared at the clip real hard and couldn't figure it out. Oh, about how so you make the minute works. Ugh. It makes me happy. It makes me real happy to see. Well, you don't have to, I mean, again, right now it's going to happen probably, I mean, sometime in the next day, you'll definitely see it for sure. It's like not that noticeable, or it's like not that big a deal. Why do you have a rare crow in the field? I didn't know that you don't need scarecrows. And at some point I was also using fiber seeds, so it, like, let's pretend that that was the reason. It was totally not because I didn't understand a basic game mechanic. So yeah, anyways, yeah, it's just there. My entire field is just completely fucked. This is just, again, the way that I laid it out as a complete casual. Like, I'm not changing it. This is where it ended up. I'm not just gonna wait for someone to tell me what it is. Oh. That's fine. I need to figure out how the game does the... Samantha did, yeah, Samantha did that. It's like, again, not that important. But it made me happy when I did it. Now is the time. Oh man, we have over a stack of, or a full chest of fiber. This is where I get nervous, because I have too much fiber. And I'm afraid of, like, bricking my inventory. Now, in theory, I shouldn't be, like, doing more fiber trades, because I have enough fiber. We'll find out. Because my testing, I didn't get this far. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's not as exciting as Mermaid Witch. It made me happy. money box, draws. Some stuff. I wish that, like, you could just have it show you, like, in the thing. It'd be kind of cool as like, a feature of the game. Like, you could just like, hey, I want to know the year. I'm trying to decide how much I'm going to worry about that. I'm not, based on what I'm looking at. That would be really hard to do. The answer to that, mermaid, is to just do something stupid that kind of does the thing, and then like build momentum. Because if you don't, you'll just be like, I don't want to do shit. Like it just never happened. You want to know if all eggs is possible with 2P? Surely it's got to be. There's like no question in my mind it would be. Now what the route looks like, that's interesting. I have no idea. But like surely it's got to be. There's like no question. Yeah. There's only what, like 25 eggs? Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to do it to be clear, but it's definitely possible. Like, I think 2 people without task could probably do it, right? You don't think so? You would obviously have to swap the, like, the 18 egg route, probably go for, like, a 14 egg that does the, like, actual depth on the left and the bottom and the right. And the other person basically goes up, goes behind, Pierre's picks those and then goes right and around, basically meets up at the same point. That's fair. I mean, the answer for that is like you just draw shit. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. Like it seems like 2 14 routes is like totally doable. They're a little bit long, like some of the routing for the person who's going like. I'm imagining one person basically going clockwise and one going counterclockwise from the top, right? And the person on the right who's going clockwise is going to go behind Pierre's. Really? Just get good. Yeah, it seems like a personal problem realistically, but no, that's fair. I'm not particularly good at it either. I know what it should be. I think the last time I did it, I got like 16. But I've stared at that route a bunch of times, and like the struggle is always like you get that like nice diagonal pickup or you don't, and like you'll just bounce back and forth being like, please pick up the goddamn egg. You don't actually do it that regularly because no one's gonna grind it like Sun Deco did, where you like actually do it over and over again. I'm just like, I don't care. I'm gonna do it when it comes up in my given year. I wonder the right of panels. I get up to Alex's usually. The 18 route is hard. You like legitimately need to like thin things, and if you don't, then you'll just waste time because you'll try and not make it. Yeah, for sure. It's interesting to me because like right now it's actually running literally uncapped. Oh, I could fix that bug, I guess, but at this point I'm gonna like just leave it. Who cares? But yeah, because it's uncapped, there are times where it like actually has to do a lot of work. But the thing I was spending a lot of time on actually this morning was every 10-minute tick. It would be abundantly clear that you have like it's computing, and so there would be like a blip where it would be very, very noticeable that you like legitimately are burning half a second or a third of a second kind of thing. There's a hitch somewhere in the middle of that too, that movement that I can't explain. Like I don't know if you guys saw that, but like, or if you've seen it before, but like walking left to right across this map, for some reason, like the character just hitches somewhere in this place, and I don't really understand why. And I don't know how to fix it because I don't understand why. But like sometime it'll just like casually be walking left to right in a place where like there really isn't a lot that it should be doing. And it'll just like freeze frame for a second. Lua will think for a long time and then it'll be like, oh, okay, we're good. No idea why. Also, welcome to winter. Where was the code I was copying out of? Sky is storing all the saplings. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a gigantic chest monster on the left, like top left of the farm. He is just storing them. I get to sell them. I get the dopamine to sell $1 billion worth of saplings. TASMod doesn't care. Oh, I mean, I can press down. I can add a single frame press down. Basically, oh, did you figure it out? Nice. Yeah, that's the thing. I've chosen to do this in the hardest way possible. I don't know how jank this is going to look by the time I'm done with it. I'm going to guess pretty jank. We'll find out, though. What is the slow one? So everything is set to effectively auto level. So, like, I won't trade for more fiber right now. I don't need more fiber. I shouldn't trade for more fiber. I'm not supposed to trade for more fiber. I probably will, because I have a bug, probably. I will get enough wood to get to 32k wood, and then I won't do hardwood anymore. I generate hardwood if I need wood, and I have fences, basically, and I don't have, I think 3,000 is the number of hardwood I'm trying to get to. So I wrote all the things to try and like kind of level out effectively. Seeds are the thing that break, right? Like seeds are the thing I can't speed up other than to sleep, and I've chosen to in the moment. I won't next week. It's the night market. Oh my god, I hate the freaking night market. It's the worst. I kind of wish you could have bought from her at the night market, because then I would have to actually do stuff on that day, and that would have been a motivation to do something stupid. But I have no motivation for that, so. How am I gonna do this? Yeah, I mean, that would have made total sense. At this point, though, I don't go to night market at all. I just, like, lose a week. Or I backfill a bunch of stuff on a week, basically. Did I not do the thing? I think you get a lot. I think you get a lot. Effectively, I think the strat would be... Oh, I didn't trade fiber yet. I wasn't supposed to trade fiber. There's a thing that says if I have 24 stacks, I'm not supposed to. You calculate with the chair stuff about 90. Okay. That's the thing I was going to say. Like, that's the strat, right? Is you're just pure brute forcing chairs, which would be miserable, but you could do it. Do it pretty well. Boy, is it hard to focus on writing code that doesn't just shit itself. Chairs plus overreach, yeah. Could though, you don't have to, but you could. I mean, you lose frames to going in and out, right? Like it's frames, right? Like I think it's like 1 frame to jump in, 1 frame to jump out, land. Yeah, I mean, it would take hours. Because one of the interesting things of running chores was like, legitimately, I started going through and I was like, I'm actually gonna hit the timer before I hit like in-game problems. Yeah, exactly. What we can do is do things way worse. Like that's the important thing, right? I need to look at Yeah, honestly, I also really like having RTA limits. Yeah, no, it was super degen for somebody who was not passing it. Like, it actually seemed awful for somebody not passing it. For me, it was kind of interesting. Yeah, I can't imagine. Oh, we're gambling. Oops. Long gamble. I got real nervous at one point on one of these because it freaking spun for like 4 hours. Yeah, I don't have piano time as an emote, but yeah, exactly. Okay, so it's not actually that position. When you do social menu fiddle for gamble, I can. The problem is that I'd have to be able to like forward look the RNG, and I like don't exactly know how many calls are happening in this location. Oh, piano time is global. Is that Christmas piano time? Piano time is like trying to fish. You have plenty of time and you never get a wood skip on the line. That's how I view piano time. Yeah. Specifically, it's about getting trolled for trying to catch a fish that like is totally common. It's like not reasonable to not be able to just get one on the line. I do think that's what this one is called. How jank do I want this to be? Probably kind of jank. I think kind of jank is better. Because I'm losing interest immediately in the thing I was trying to do. So we're just going to jank this thing. Call it a day. I also left this on and no one complained. You guys are just so excited to see how long it took to create the state. I mean, there's like a lot of speedruns to verify. And instead I'm doing this. I'm like halfway through rewatching Sam's Perfection, which is where I'm currently at. Like backlog. I've been doing mostly the extension boards. Other people are doing the main board. We're super heavy backlog. We have like 10 different marriage runs to run in a row effectively. Yeah, and like, you didn't submit it in July, I don't think. I think you submitted it when I did your last Perfection run. I mean, no one is verified them. They're just kind of sitting there. I think everyone's like kind of in the like, oh no, and yet they can't do anything, so you just choose not to act. No, I'm sweeping and let's do a next chance we get, we'll do a slow-mo. I'm doing 3 at a time. when the next harvest comes up. Oh. No, okay. So I do them in a sweep, and then I plant them out. There's some jank in the actual, like, sequencing for planting, but I'm walking during it, so it doesn't really matter. But I do the 3 pickups at once, then cancel out. So it is doing the, like, kind of, like, pseudo whatever your optimal would be. And it's doing it such that it's only taking the number of frames, like, the min frames to do it. This was helpful because, like, this takes a lot of effort to do, like, actually manually tasking this. So just having the ability to automate this portion was huge because, like, it sucks. That 120 is nonsense. This is uncapped Lua frame rate, which is somewhere around as high as, 4, 4.5, and sometimes just 1. How the fuck does he do this? This looks so weird. I'm just gonna copy this call it a day. I mean, that, yeah, that just gonna have to happen. Oops. The way I'm choosing to do this is stupid. I really wish I had not chosen to do this. Also, yeah, multiplayer CC is really cool. That was like the only multiplayer run I used to do. Back in the old days. The chop wood until how we touch it. Yeah, I did that. Yeah. I even threw a sturgeon. That's like the one thing I remember explicitly. Like we had, I think we, I don't know if we got a sub 3. We were very close. But I remember we were, I remember the one run where I basically did the like, my inventory's full and I caught a sturgeon and then I went to put it in my inventory and I accidentally tossed it back in the water. And I was like, no, but that would have been literally 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago, or whatever it's been. It's normal. It's a thing that everyone does. Every single person has at some point accidentally tossed a fish back and you're like, what the fuck? Why is this a thing? never delete it. We're up to almost 1 million frames again. That's good, right? That's gotta count for something. Smart. Smart animals. I've like lost entire interest in doing the thing I was doing. Let's do it. You want me to just walk in? Do you have to give a gift? I guess I probably have like a spicy eel, or I might have half the time have a diamond on me. I mean, that would be pretty easy. We'll do it today. Okay, so it's... Let's look at how we would write this. Did I do anything today? I have like not... I've been like looking at code. Have I done anything today that's like worth not resetting for? We're losing our 1 million frames again. Okay. So, the process of making... It's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably fine. A chore. Let's make a chore. Starts by coming down to the bottom of this guy and just saying, fuck it. We're only doing the test chore. Game 1, time of day, not equal. It's less than 900. Do advance. Movement, no, it's pathing. Go to town. Let's see what happens. That's gonna do this for a little bit. It's gonna take a second to get to this day, obviously, but interface.simulate real advance equals false. Is this as fast as I'm able to go? What the fuck? Why is this taking so long? It might bork inventory. My thought process was I was just gonna nuke anything that was in my inventory I didn't want. So I'm gonna get a T-set maybe sometimes. I'm just gonna delete them. That's my meme. Okay. It froze here. It knew to froze here, or freeze here. So, while, what is that, game1.fade or something? Current event. Okay. How would we find out? I don't remember how the fade stuff works. Also, I'm surprised that it didn't just auto fade here. Are we not in auto fade zone? How would I know who my person is? How on earth would I know who my person is? I didn't check my mail. Do I have to check my mail to find that out? Grab what's in the mailbox via code. I mean, that's the current plan that we're going to. So what is it? Probably winter 18. Do I have the things done on this machine? I said as just pure nonsense, just words that don't mean anything. There's a function which tells you what the GIF will be if you enter at that time. Oh, farmer.secret Santa. Alright, well, that gives me something to look for at least. Because that is going to be way easier than what I was going to do, which was like figure out how to read the mail and like inject the thing. Secret Santa. Location.current.event.doing Secret Santa. It's called Secret Santa? We couldn't spring for capital letters, or is that utility, or is that the farmer thing? Because it's definitely not in the farmer file. Secret Santa. Okay. Mail.replace Secret Santa with get random NPC. It's interesting that you would get see, the problem is I don't have the actual game code on my machine necessarily. Also, I realize I'm not showing you the thing that I'm looking at, which is like scrolling through a browser window at this point. Where is OBS? It's farm animal, not farmer. So there's a current event at doing Secret Santa. Does the location have a current event right now? Current location dot current event. Okay, so isn't one. So I have an event here. Events. But isn't that get random NPC going to be defined at the mail time? I need to know who the person is that's already been assigned to me. I don't have the mail yet. And I don't really want to open... I'm about to lose interest. And what's Sam mentioned is that if you're ever at the mail shows current Secret Santa. Oh, interesting. Okay. So you're telling me if I come in here and I go to my mail. There's got to be a better way than this. I mean, I'm fact checking you in real time, so get ready. Auto grabber notice. Piece of the Winter Star reminder. So Robin is my person today, effectively? Is that what we're thinking? I guess we can find out. Okay. Robin is the person. The alternative is I just walk and I literally talk to every single person until I find it. Which would be really stupid, but we could do it. Okay, so how would I then know what my mail is? Collections. It's an event. Why is this so fucking... I'm so stupid. So, the real question is my Secret Santa... Okay. So that's who my person is. That's great. Okay, so that's the person. I now need to figure out where they're standing. Because it's a lawless time. Get NPC? It's definitely like a get NPC function. Oh, actually, I have literally a reference to the NPC. Wait, hold on a second. Dot. Get tile position. Get tile location. I hate this. It always does it differently. You're definitely not at 818. Like, I don't know where you are, but you're definitely not there. Yeah, Mermaid found me the, like, let's just load default. All right, we're back into normal nonsense. This is a liar. Our NPC is not here. So, where are our characters at? Well, either way, once I walk in, it doesn't matter. I can get the thing. That's where the gift is defined. I'm not. That's a secondary problem. We'll solve the how to manipulate that later. Where does it set up the characters? Okay. Set up characters. Is a within the event is a good question. Yeah. I certainly thought so. Set up Secret Santa event, festival data, Secret Santa. You should be able to... Can you not run through NPCs in a... Yeah, you'll be fine. ostensibly. I can't. Sebastian is an unmovable object. You cannot move through him. You can only move through one NPC at a time. Interesting. I guess I've never tried to do this before. That's going to be interesting. Where does it put the NPCs? There's got to just be like a listing of your NPCs here. Because she, like, Robin doesn't think she is where she is. Why is this Vec 3? Yeah, it's giving me Robin's location like in her house. Like if I were in her house right now, that's the tile she's on. The tile I got was like 818 or something. Yeah, 818. That's not even right either, to be honest. But like she's on right now tile 3662 or 3532, 3562. But like it has to draw the people. Like there's like a draw that has to happen here. And I guess I could just go in like a game location. But like it certainly has to draw these people in here. I hate using this on GitHub itself is the worst. It's like the worst way to look at code. It's like just not useful at all. Draw. Who the hell is Marcello? I want to know where in a cutscene someone is. Like, or an event, right? Hey, Blade. I want to know that Robin is at this tile here, inside of an event in, like, the thing. Oh, the hot air balloon guy. Gotcha. Festival. Event actors? Is this an actor? It's not actually Robin? Is that how this works? Oh. I mean, again, in Mermaid, it has to be in the game here at some place because, like, I understand that, like, it's not going to be like Robin is here, right, or whatever, but like you have to be able to draw the people. So, game one dot current location dot current event dot actors. I can't spell. Cool. For IKN list items, do printf. IK.name. Cool. Robin. Going on. Get that in the code. So I have it. I realize that is almost certainly not visible to anybody. So I might as well choose something else, and you can do that instead. Do k.name equals name. Local tile equals. And let's see if that works. Could I have just typed it over again? Yes. Is it too late for that? It's definitely too late for that because I'm now waiting. I think that's not what I want to do. Break these. Cool. Okay. I have the tile that Robin is on. Now what we do, show VS Code, I guess. This is to get to the thing. Tile equals k get tile location. I like can't type on this keyboard at all. Fascinating. I just like never use it. I'm so good at like my Mac one. I just like cannot type it. I'm so good at a keyboard. Great. So now that I have this, I want to go for I equals -1 to 1, do for j equals -1 to 1, do local t is equal to x plus I, dot y plus j. We'll just print these for now just to make sure. I again need to remember to remove these things because it's just going to continue to advance for forever. Okay, so these are all the tiles around. And then I want to do what? Controller, Pathfinder, and Finder. This is such a stupid thing. I don't know why. Of all the stupid things I could have been working on, I don't know why this is the one that we chose to do. Yeah, but I'm going to literally throw them away, which I guess maybe that's more memeing on Algo, but I hate Lua for not having break statements. All right, so that's going to find me a tile where I can at least, like, get out. And then this is just a stupid thing that the actual, like, linter doesn't like, but it's totally fine. Trial space. Add do end. Not that meant. What? This is some Lua syntax I've never seen before. That's fascinating. All right, so if I run this, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard. You just, okay, cool. This thing knows how to walk me to the tile that's close to Robin. And it's going to walk me to some tile that's close to Robin. Maybe not the best one, but it's going to walk me there. Now I movement.walk to tile. What is it? T.x, T.y. No, it's just T. Then pathing dot mouse tile on tile. And then does it right click? No, I just advance. Okay. And then is this a Y menu, we think, or no, wait for the safety timer. It is not a Y menu. Why are not all menus? Why would you not be able to? Why couldn't you not press Y here? Why can't I do it? Why would this menu not work with Y? What is it? Current menu.safety timer? Yeah, okay. While current menu.safety timer greater than 0, do advance. And we'll do that now. You also can't escape out of it. You have to literally click no. Okay. Right, so if I do this again, we get to the point where I could now click Y. I don't know how, so I gotta go find the, what is it, game one? No, it's clickable items. Yeah, it's the easiest way to know that you're able to do it. I think you can technically do it up to 16 ticks before, so I could have done it greater than 16 here and I would have been fine, but because on the tick that you'll click it, time will advance, so you get one free frame basically, but for the purposes of this, it doesn't really matter. Get clickable objects. Really love having just complete trash naming conventions for all the things. Let's go to look at the clickable items. Is it get click objects? Cool. That's a real good name. Great name. Awesome. Print list. This is going to tell me nothing. Yep. What do these things have? So for okay, and list items. This is probably almost impossible to read what I'm typing, which is fine. Whatever. Do list items, clickable items, get click objects, do def, some deep, some s, I, k dot, what do I call this name? Cool. Those are real good names. Really good names. Some of the best names. I'll do it the stupid way. K dot rect. ID string, no, it's an integer. Oh, interesting. There's two separate clickable items that are in the same location. That's fascinating. I'm gonna guess it's just in the order. So I'm gonna guess that it's just literally clickable items that get click objects. 0 dot rect dot center. Cool. Why is it not like that? Oh, fair enough. Local advance mouse equals center plus mouse. I don't actually want to replace all of those. Mouse dot left equals true. Advance mouse. Okay. This should now, when I reset the day, get us in there. I'm just going to type it require chores dot test. So we got to wait until 9, which sucks, but you know, we're here. I swear this is like not as fast as it's supposed to be. I don't really know why. It's not trying to simulate anything, so it shouldn't matter. Okay, well, we're just gonna wait. I mean, things are definitely moving faster. Like, I don't know why I don't think they are, but they're definitely. It just feels like it should have been able to go faster. Okay, we're gonna go here. We're gonna go walk to Robin. And I did not click the thing. Where's my mouse? Oh, unable to cast object of type Microsoft XNA point to type. That's fair. Okay, that's reasonable. Center local mouse equals dot x, y equals center dot y. This is the worst. This is the worst part of all things. Actually, I'm going to do the smart version of this, which is to return end, so that I can just save state at that point, so I don't have to keep redoing it over and over again. I might make this a little bit bigger on the screen. Which again is like still illegible. Yeah, I mean that's just like a stream ethos or like mantra, really. Okay, now it's here. I can do this. Yeah, I definitely sure this works well on mobile. Both sides of this, I'm sure, work great on mobile. The in-game and the like code base. Okay, so right now I can now actually just test, and I can reset to a thing. It'll be way faster. Oh, I can't do that because I commented it out. I blocked it out. Okay. Then it's what? Movement. Got chat inventory mouse. Did she have an inventory? Game one dot current active clickable menu. Dot inventory. Dot actual inventory. So I think that should just work fine. And I'll just say diamond. Doesn't matter. I don't think it matters. Does this thing actually require me to have a max sack? Okay. Go back. The fact that the delete key on this keyboard, I'm so used to Mac keyboards, it's unbelievable. Attempt to index a null field pages. Okay. Now. So I want a get chest inventory mouse, which is definitely a real good name. Get chest inventory mouse. All right, get chest inventory mouse diamond local diamond equals this, and I'm actually just gonna flat advance here. Oops. Oh God. How do I move? Oh, that's the alt button. Okay. Advance mouse equals diamond. This will be much faster to reset to, at least. This is the worst idea. I'm just losing. I've lost like 7,000 saplings I could have made by now. Oh, so it's you. Perfect. Okay. Now I just want to mash until I'm not in the menu. Movement dot advance until makes a menu. Key is equal to... I'm just going to do nil. The real question I'm going to have is how well is this going to work for the like walking around thing? Okay, so I gave Robin the gift. Oh, and I now just did advance. Okay. How do I want to do this? Do you get auto ejected after you get your gift? We're gonna just sit here and watch. We're gonna find out right away if we got a T-sapling or not. I don't have a clue who gives T-saplings, so like this could just be complete waste. You have to walk out. That's annoying. Okay, so then the answer is I want a movement dot advance until menu. Movement dot advance until exit menu. Nil. It's true. True. 12. Also, she only gives eggs. 12 eggs. Great. Thanks, Marnie. Hello? Is this ever gonna... Oh, I'm in a thing that's like locked, apparently. I have some logic on. That's definitely breaking this. Logic. 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 Off. Advance. Frozen. Nope. Dialog box. Something's just advancing a lot of frames. Not that one. Skip event. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to just have that run here. Oh, God. Trade the 12 eggs with Argon from 2 years ago. That's a good call. I wonder how bad this is going to work. So now I'm basically going to get into the menu and I'm just going to mash buttons until stuff happens. Oh, okay. Nope. Did it at the wrong time. Egg. Good. That's a good one. Well, how would I best figure this out? One to current event. What is the name of active event? Definitely a thing. Is it literally just the current location dot? Current event. Oh, it's current event uppercase. Gotcha. I don't know what events look like. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's really good. Yeah. Right now, what I'm kind of looking at doing is I have the event, which is game on the current event dot doing Secret Santa, right? So I just want to know while I'm still doing Secret Santa, my assumption is we're gonna find out here in a second. Oh, I gotta turn off the stupid thing. We'll just click through this just to see. I want to know like a game state after this. Like I'm wondering if this clears the Secret Santa thing. Cool. Okay, great. Great. The answer is we just do the stupid idea, which is okay. We've given a diamond. We exit the menu. We advance until here. While exactly, yeah, we're just gonna advance on and off a mouse click. That's the plan. Is this gonna work? Maybe. We haven't crashed today. Why would we crash now? What are the odds? I'm not currently doing Secret Santa, am I? Son of a... Okay. I'm just going to put a hard... We're just going to advance casual here. We're just going to just do the thing that needs to get done. If you're overflowing on wood, it's dangerous. I still find that because seeds are my biggest bottleneck, I would rather not just continuously make more wood. Yeah, they do have to change color as they fill. That's a very important part of the process. It's like, why even bother having chests? Okay. Now we're here. And now I just need to figure out how the hell to get out of here. I actually think I could have just used the pathing code that I have, right? Like I could do pathing dot go to bus stop. No. I might because I'm probably not actually at the oh. Did we crash? We did crash, cool. Or whatever. Well, we're gonna auto path out for sure. So it's gonna be 055. What? Movement.walk to tile? Man, you'd think I would remember any of my own stuff. Movement.walk to tile. I have a number here, 055. Movement, advance until location change. This is gonna pop a menu, isn't it? That'll be fine. Keys.a. Nope. Please don't do that. A, and then mouse equals true. Oh no, left equals true. This is going to be a little bit slower than it needs to be, but it's close enough. Oh, you have to confirm to get out. Okay. Cool. Movement.advance until menu keys.a. Please stop. This is like the one thing I dislike about some of the like co-pilot-y type stuff, because I feel like it like constantly tries to fight me over basic things, and I'm like, that's not what I want to type. Then I need to find name1.active. Oh no, just clickable items dot get click objects 0 dot name cool dot rect dot center. And then advance. I'll just click the thing. Oh, God. Oh, and this is again where I try for at least doing those. I'm specifically trying to use like inbuilt functions to like find the location for things, because it's way easier than just having a place in my head. I've done for a lot of times, like just been like, here's the pixel. And if you like need to do it, like one of the things like mouse.getState is your like active mouse position, like coordinate. So you can at least like know where it was from a previous run, and then if you like moved it, you can be like, oh, okay, here's what it needs to be again. Just like things that are potentially there to do. All right, so this should get us basically out to the point where the thing wants to end. Then I have to nuke my inventory because I don't want this freaking egg in my inventory. The dog's gonna huff at me. Oh, okay, now we just need to advance. Right, so okay, so now it's just advance until location change. I don't have to do anything. And while this is going on, we will add a chore state for this. Cool. We end up back on the farm. Can you immediately? No? Okay. But if I were to... I'm going to do that one more time because I want to know if I can do a go to farm immediately after, or if I need to like let the fade go through. I feel like this is running particularly slow right now, but... All right, so this will fade out. And now I want to do require Pathing dot go to farmhouse. Cool. Okay, great. So we will be able to get out of that. That's the thing that we want to do. So now the other thing I want to figure out. Oh, it moved my freaking diamonds. That's annoying. Totally makes sense that it moved them. But like it's not here anymore. Oh. I like want to fix that. Okay. We are going to fix that. Movement.advance until menu. Keys.eat. Stop it. Do escape. Is it movement.get inventory mouse diamond. Doesn't matter. And then I want to go find the mouse for the ruby. I'm actually going to do the same for the jade. And the simple answer is I'm just going to click between them. Advance, mouse, mouse, advance, x equals ruby.x. Jade.x divided by 2. Oops. Didn't close my braces. Now everything's horribly borked. Alright, how far gone are we? All right, so that should now click into those, and now I want to, again, to escape menu, exit menu. And then this is left equals true. Okay. Just gonna do this right now. So I don't have to reset a bunch of times. So just get that basic thing I want. All right. Acquire chores .test2. Neat. Cool, cool, cool. And then I got to figure out where the hell the item that doesn't belong in my inventory came from. So the easy, dumb way to do that is at the beginning of this, I'm going to list all of the items, local items. Yeah, I'm going to list what my current items are and then loop through and find an item that's not there. Yeah, exactly. No, I don't think so. I mean, there's probably smarter ways, to be clear, but list items. Actually, the easy version of this is to do, what is it? Interface count inventory. Yeah, it's a dictionary. Okay. Count inventory. Get random item from after entering the festival. Oh. So wait, is that fixed? Like, okay, well, let's just go. We're going to test a thing then, because I don't know enough about it. Do return end. All right, rewind. I also can't leave today, because the second I leave today, I will not be able to do this for 4 hours. Right? So we only get to test this now, and we will not find out if this works for 4 hours, just to be clear. So that's really exciting for me at some point when I come back and look at things. Yeah, for sure, Gamba. Okay, so if I call utility dot what? Get random item from NPC. Is it all lowercase? Is it literally this? Okay, so I'll go look. I mean, I'm also failing to type really badly, so no worries. All right, it's definitely not that. Go back to the event. It's a sound of the night event. This has become the longest, like, non sequitur for the stupidest thing that could possibly be done. Oh god. Get random item. Secret Santa. I'm just gonna have to search for Secret Santa. Oh, it's okay. Gotcha. So on the frame that I enter, basically, I want to know that. So it's, what is it? It's utility.getGift from NPC. Where did my code window go? All right. So this thing worked to get that portion done with. So I want to, oops, I wanted to copy and paste something completely different. Utility.getGift from NPC. Then I need to get my Secret Santa recipient. Just so I get to look at it, I guess. Game code. I mean, that's definitely just not right. Just not right at all. Oh, it's my Secret Santa recipient, not my, not the other one. That makes sense. Robin could probably give me hardwood. My Secret Santa is what it's called. I have way too many things open, which is not making this easy. Okay, yeah, so she gives me egg. Okay. The only thing I want to make sure of is I don't want to delete things that I already have, so that's still good. That's pretty easy. So when I walk in here, I want this dot name. This is probably Now, do we think it happens here? I'm gonna bet that it happens here, basically. Actually, game1.current event. Helps if you type. Cool. Nice. So while game1.current event equals nil, and advance local gift equals this. I'm probably still gonna just do a lazy advance because I don't really feel like looking at the advanced code right now. Local items. If items contains key gift. Not contains key gift. Delete item, take gift. Local mouse equals. Just like mouse. Scoping is weird in Lua. It doesn't really matter. Gift. And mouse.left equals false. Mouse.left equals true. Advance keyboard equals keys.delete. All right. I think we have figured out the stupid thing. Man, I don't think this was worth it at all. But we did it. And this is the process of making all chores, though. Like that's basically how all of these got made. As you kind of walk through a thing, it's convenient to be able to pause on a specific day and just like roll it and be able to roll back to the thing. Definitely worth it, for sure. All right, didn't quite work. Probably object reference not set to an instance of an object. Neato. What is it? Current event. Oh. Well, this is nil, or I don't have a Secret Santa. It is neato. A thing isn't set at the moment that I need it to be set at. My Secret Santa equals nil. Do the thing. Whatever. I will clean up this code at some point, but not right now. Okay, we broke again. Oh, I have an end statement there. Okay. Cool. I just wanted to reset one more time. I felt that was really worth it. All right, Got the robin in. I'm gonna get my eggs. Eggs. Gonna leave. I needed to wait on a thing because I can't do this yet. Okay. Why is it not dealing with the fade? I know everything. Yeah, great. Cool. Definitely something I wanted. For sure. God, okay, fine. Fade. No, I have to go actually look for the thing. Okay. Fade. I don't know why screen fade's not doing the thing that I would expect it to do. Slash, I think that actually is a specific thing to SMAPI. Because I think it should fade normally like this, but like it doesn't. Like, because I have like the ability to move right now in a way that I don't think you have in the base game. Automation, screen fade. Global stop fit global fade. Okay. Are we fading in? We're not fading in. What's the fade to black alpha? Okay. Yeah, it's interesting because it didn't actually set the flag in this thing that is like the, oops. So it is global fade to black. Oh, it's because I can move. That's why. Interesting. It's explicitly because you can move. I have a check for this in like the base like screen fade code that is about not moving, right? Because I don't want to. If you can move, you want to have control again, but you can't like open your menu yet. Oh, the other thing that happened is I have a do return end here, so I want flag, local flag. Break. And I think that changed that bit of code. Oh, that makes sense. I mean, the logic is good, right? Like you wouldn't want to move. If you can move, you should take advantage of it, right? Like don't wait for the full fade to happen if you can move before that. The challenge is always inevitably when like there's something like fairly straightforward that should just work and it doesn't. Or like in this case here, where like you're allowed to move when you're like very clearly not allowed to move. All right. I didn't actually do the thing that I wanted to do. No, that should work actually. Like the stupid way should work. Because effectively, I'm just gonna mash the escape key until the menu pops. Cool. That did what I wanted. Yep, move this back. Got rid of my eggs. And I think if I had had a gift with that name already. Yeah, again, the stupid way is I have a thing that's just like, if I haven't... oh, I should actually toggle that. No, true, I think. In some ways, I'm surprised. Oh, actually, hold on a second. So if you just hold... this is now a curiosity point. Nope. Okay. That was interesting. I'm actually surprised that that worked. But it works now, so who cares? All right. So we now have a chore for doing Secret Santa. Secret Santa. Yeah, but getting hardwood is great. I'm fine with that. Like, at worst, like the worst case scenario is I'm gonna have like one stack of hardwood in my inventory. Whenever I like do things like stone, I have a safety buffer of how many empty stacks I need to, like empty slots I need to be able to have before I dump to chest. Which is why I go back to that chest, is because I want to make sure I have my inventory clear for just like nonsense. Also, sorry if you can hear my dog like eating a treat in the background. I'm not that sorry. He's gonna do it. Okay, so we have the chore done. Now we need the logic for the chore. So we come up here, we say function do Secret Santa. If game1.day of month equals 25 and game1.current season equals winter, I guess that's it. Do Secret Santa. Probably a better way for me to do. No, well. I like that this thing auto-formatted in a way that made this like infinitely worse. I don't normally it had it as line breaks. It just like did not. It broke my formatting. Cool. All right. The last thing I'm gonna do in the day, if I have literally nothing else to do, if val.do Secret Santa, then chores.secret Santa. Okay. We are gonna rewind the day. This like probably breaks a very small thing, but it won't matter. It's gonna like put me back on like I'll have to grind wood some other day or something stupid like that probably. I wanted to F reset 300. Pop. Yeah, okay. Rewind. After 2 p.m. That's a great thing to know. And game1.time of day. Game1.time of day less than 1400. Let's go 1250. How long do you think it takes to get to? This is like, that's very clearly like more than enough time, but because like at worst, I'm going to again like return scepter and then run. Right, an hour and 20 minutes is like plenty of time. It's like plenty of time to walk one screen. Like I don't. I'm on frame 307. Let's do overlay. Oh no, load engine. Yeah, it's like way. I'm way overkilling this. Okay, we'll do 1300, right? Less than or equal to 1300. We get a full hour to panic about what we're gonna get somebody for the thing. Because of that, I now think I'm going to do always have 2 diamonds on hand, which like for a very small amount of time will give me slight like 1 less. Like I will get 1 less total. I think that's good. Okay, I realize I'm doing code changes that you guys can't see, and that's fine. All right. Well, this is now part of the run. I'm gonna be so excited when this thing just breaks and it like just goes to sleep today. We gotta run all of our normal chores, right? You gotta do all your normal stuff. sure what other things we actually did today. All right, we're waiting. Like moderately surprised. Yeah, it's not gonna work. The way I put this is not gonna work. Fuck it. On Secret Santa Day, you know what? It's Christmas. Yeah, basically, this is like the weight check, and it definitely can't be after the weight check, because the weight check is the last thing that probably needs to happen on a frame. Oh no, wait. That was a huge catch. Huge catch. So overlays. All right, smart. I'm gonna run back over here just to make sure that it shows up. And then we're gonna swap back to this guy. Oh, while I'm here, I'm gonna remove the stupid thing that's printing, because I have a thing that's printing somewhere. Where on earth? So Gen State's doing it? Yeah, I don't care. I've sped this thing up to the point where I don't think I can make it much faster. All right. Oh, guess I only let you part with me. A little bit longer. Key set. Awesome. All right, we're back into it. We are back on the sapling grind. It only took like an hour. Surely my headphones must have power again. Check before, yeah. Yeah, this is a sapling grind in case you didn't know. Not just purely task random meme things. I mean, we also do that, I guess, but. I think having a speech for when you don't get nominated is really funny. Like, to all the haters. Is it not harvesting the seeds? So I'm trying to minimize hoe dirt expiring. So I do it on the 28th. I don't actually know if it matters. I just do it on the 28th. The last one of every season I do it on the 28th. Particular for winter to spring, I'm actually not sure if it matters. This is the exciting one. The winter to spring is the scary one, because that's when you get tons of grass spawn, and that's like when 100% I'm gonna brick. In which case, I'm probably gonna move some stuff if they do brick, and then just glass the floor with freaking pathing. I feel like we're running slower than we used to. I don't know if that's true. Time to open Task Manager and see if the game is fully bricked. Oh, good. Perfect. That's exciting. No, it hasn't bricked. Honestly, not simulating is the same thing as. The character, like, movement looks so derpy. Also really should have been collecting these dragon's teeth, or any of the stuff from these stupid rays. God, I have so many staircases. We scythe the grass. Let's go. He may be lightning rod fenced in. It's unclear. I shouldn't have chosen an animal at all, to be clear. He's fine. What was it? One tile? That's reasonable. That's not so bad. We might even pick those up next week, or like next harvest. That would be real bad. That would be very bad. I'm not going to fix it. Part of this thing is that it needs to run autonomously. So if it can't fix this, and like this is the deal breaker, I need to come up with a better system. So. Because at some point, I'm just going to slap chat into emote mode and walk away. Slash now might actually be getting close to that time because I've been sitting here for 5 hours. So That's fair. That's kind of why I was like, I should just do this. This is a really stupid idea that I should just make happen. Yeah, so the torches were because when I was playing this file manually, it was such a huge pain in the ass to walk around and do it. Now they don't matter, but like again, I basically took my file and I ripped exactly where I left off and started tasking from there, or like started modding from there. So this has got all the stupid things that I thought made sense as a human to do that like are just complete waste now. Yeah, exactly. That's why there are like 10 fish ponds. It's like lots of things that don't matter for the way we're going right now. Yeah, one of you folks told me what it was. I mean, that's definitely like you could probably get there. The struggle is basically getting to cord setup on the island, right? Like, I think that's probably the play, is you just get to island as fast as possible, and you set yourself up for, like, keg strats. I mean, that's a part of the process. You'd have to get there first, but... No, I don't think anyone specifically has thought about that. That would be a crazy thing to think about. You think so? I don't think... RTA to 1 billion? You think it's faster to spend the 20 hours? Maybe. Think it out. Yeah, no, that's fair. I have to like go to the wiki because like I don't really know how much it is. So you make 6,000 per, well, like minimum 6,000, probably closer to like 10,000 a day from one coop. Yeah, I've never actually touched a golden egg before, so this is all just hearsay to me. As far as I'm concerned, they're not in the game. Just automate your 999 challenge. That only took you what, like 3 minutes, 4 minutes? Perfection task seemed easy. I feel like Cord said his like time to 1 billion was like what, 60 to 70 hours, and he was just like, I can't bother. It was like totally reasonable. I think doubling sweet gem berries is a fun strat. Yeah, 70 hours, that sounds right. I do like the gamble. I was too lazy to find a better manip, so it's just ring around the rosy around the thing until you get the right frame, which has come close to being unviable. Where like I've spun for like 4 or 5 in-game hours trying to find the right thing. Most of the time it happens within like 1 or 2. So that's one of the like many places where I'm expecting this to just completely brick. Oh yeah, for sure. Slot manip as far as like current like state of the art is literally look at what index it's gonna be that you need it to be, and just pray that you get there with the flow of things. Right now, what it does is it tries to do a 1-frame look ahead based on the last frame's RNG calls. And that works probably like 70% of the time. There'll be just some extra thing that's like 1 off different. And so you might see it pop the gimbal and then stop for a frame because it's like, oh, no, not quite. Also, I'm going to go out for a bit, so I'm going to throw chat on emote-only mode, just so that I don't think I'm going to have a mod around for it. But have fun hanging out still. I'll be back probably in like an hour or so. All right. See you later. I have returned before walking out. Yeah, 100%. You guys are right. That corner there. This is the corner. This is the area that I check. Yep. Definitely here. No, it's like 20 tiles. I have like literally a strip that's like here and then a couple random tiles elsewhere. Yeah, random sampling would be smarter than what I'm doing, to be clear. Oh god, okay, well. I guess we're just gonna miss half of whatever. No, see, that would take a long time. I don't want to do that. I'm basically just, I've like lost half of this spring, right? Those are gonna finish. Man, that sucks. I think I just lost a season. That's fine. There's like an hour of. What's actually going to be interesting is I think it's going to move fairly fast because I'm already pretty much backed up on fiber and wood. So I think I'm just going to sleep through most of spring. I'm going to collect probably way too many jade. Yeah. Yeah, no, we just probably just dumped an extra hour of season, so that's good. Thankfully, we get the other stuff still. We just lost, like... What? Every harvest in like a spring month is like a plus 1,800. So that's 900 saplings. So we've probably lost like 2 stacks of saplings. So like not the end of the world, but like not an insignificant amount. All right. I'm now actually going away. See y'all in a bit. haven't bricked since the dog incident, so that's really good. Scroll back a bit. Hey Vicky, hey Prozac, hey Algo, hey Alexa, hey Elena. Welcome on in. Yeah, so one of the questions to see is, yeah, I'm planning to basically just run this in the background until it finishes. I don't actually have a stop condition. We got like a couple. We'll figure that out. Let me see. Oh, that's good. I like that. That's awesome. That's super cool. I like that a lot. Oh, apparently my chat is not updated. Or I'm not something. No. Anything disastrous happened while I was gone? I need to fix the dog check, or like the farm check, because that is a very easy possibility to brick that I just like would never have thought of. I just assumed the dog couldn't actually go there. Actually, if I just move that patch far enough away, the dog could never hit it. Yeah, lightning is pretty. Lightning is like probably flooring. Or a crop. Crops are fine if it hits. Flooring is annoying because it ends up getting into my inventory, and I don't remember if I set up a chest as like a free dump chest. Yeah, this was a casual file that I have converted to be this, so there's a lot of jank that I would 100% not do. Yeah, see, we clear like singletons like that just fine. Yeah, I have another one there that I might clear too. The scary thing is, again, if like a huge block gets hit. And so I don't think it's... That could be a thing. That's not a terrible idea. Oh, yep, I see it. Yeah, it's right there. It's that little blob right there. I just don't understand why this golden clock doesn't do shit. It just doesn't make sense. Just like, why does it not do the thing? Let's go. We are 1/20th of the way there. I started today at about 38k saplings that I had like in hand from me just doing this. So we're talking 60k, which is pretty good in 6.5 hours. We did take about a 45-minute break to do stupid things. Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe like every day we should do like, let's add one stupid chore to the list. That could be fun. You're right, it wasn't stupid. I don't know what I'm saying. We have... Oh, it's going to be about an hour and a half probably before that's relevant. Because I think this timer is basically from like winter, right? Yeah, probably something like that. Take it. It's not set up to auto reset. I don't know if I should like do that as like on the first day of the year, I just like force a reset so that the game doesn't brick itself. Because like the game at some point is just gonna crash, just casually. And like it's fine because I have daily saves, or at least every day it's getting saved, so it's like, at least replay a thing, but. I mean, the easy answer is just like, yeah, the thing that I'm worried about is that at some point, like the game is going to actually just crash because it is consuming more and more memory. We're not there yet, but it could happen. And so, you know, just to avoid that potential. Because on PC, on like Windows, this actually seems like it's way more efficient memory-wise than it was on Mac. On Mac, I did a test one for myself where I ran like 2 months, and it was using like 25 gigs by the end of it. Right now on my machine, it's like 2 gigs of memory for this, so not too bad. These are the concerns that I have, just like leaving the game running for a week straight. Some way that's handling the garbage collection is happening on Mac. I could, if I like did a hard reset, like reset to 0, and then reloaded, forced a reload, it would fix itself. So like it would eventually get there, but it like just didn't want to free the memory. But we're good. That's actually pretty interesting. I like that. Well, let's find out, I guess. No, come back. This thing to go back to waiting. No, stop. I could stop it, but might as well let it run. At some point, he's gonna just stand idly on the farmhouse. It's a good question. I'm not sure. We'll do this a stupid way. Well, we can get to the farm computer easily enough. I mean, that would be easy to do. You're just going to induce more waiting time? I mean, we can do that if you'd like. It would actually be pretty easy. I would just go to pathing, go to farmhouse, and basically if I'm not in the farmhouse, it's... But I'm not shitposting right now, so it's not... It's just volcano music, which is, like, good, don't get me wrong. That's one of the things I was thinking about. Should I figure out how to randomize the music that plays in here? Either just via code or actually go talk to the machine. There are 0 crops ready for harvest right now. I'll have to wait until... Oh, there is a random setting on the machine? Yeah, but like most of the songs I don't actually want to have play in the house. Go to sleep. I need the crops to grow. Threshold for wood is 32,000. I'm surprised that I have a full chest of fiber. That must just be because we bricked. I don't have perfection. I can't play the song, Zachary. That must be because we bricked seeds because of the dog. Yeah, the dog did it. For sure. We're nearing into 3rd chest. Oh, great. Thanks. Fast witch. Why is she not that fast all the time? Like, that's still, like... That's, like, a perfect speed. Like, that witch there, perfect speed. All witches should be at that speed. Like, all of the, like, nighttime events should be that fast. was like the perfect speed. Oh, shoot, wait. Okay, so total crops ready for harvest does not include that, but get total forage items might be the thing I want. $938. Okay. That is a way easier way than what I was doing. So I'm just going to be like, this is greater than like 400. I'm on board for that. Can we make it include a timer? That'd be really cool. Yeah, that's some serious anti-dog breaking for sure. What's funny is it would have retilled. Like if it had known that there was a thing, it would have like retilled all those plot points. Surely you won't have 400 random single watered spots. I'll do it larger. Hey, thanks for the raid. Holy cow. Welcome to a lot of noise. I don't know, actually. Do you think I'm a streamer enough to know how to shout people out? But thanks, Lee, for the raid. Do I actually have it as a command? I guess I can try it. Let's go. Yeah, I don't think I have like a custom command. Nice. Welcome in, folks. This is going to be running for the next probably week, realistically. So get cozy, go find things to do. If you need background noise, it'll be here. I'm just not going to do that, piano. This is not going to happen. Come on, please. Just get it. Just get it. Okay, there we go. That would be smart, piano. Because that's actually one of the like things in the back of my head. I don't think I can get there because I can't imagine that I'm gonna chip enough to like brick this chest with like sap or with like resin and like or like maple syrup. Like I don't think that would happen. But that's gonna be funny when it does happen. You get a full chest just because of wood chipping. Oh, good. Yeah, it's unfortunately there's sometimes you just hit a frame where like one extra thing adds in. I could nuke the items. I'm actually, yeah. We've learned a new tech on how to do that efficiently, so that's good. Yeah, at this point, the way I've been testing most things is just like, once it bricks, we find out, and we have to go solve that thing. We're kind of into, like, about a year past where I had, like, done some basic practices on, or, like, some test stream, like, not test streams, but, like, test runs for myself. So, I think everything is balanced at this point, and we will find bugs as we go through, but, you don't have that much wood chipped. No, the thing is, we only do one stack or so at a time, and the threshold is such that there's always like basically 3 or 4 open slots in the wood chest. So we shouldn't be able to brick wood. And then hardwood, again, we don't store that much. We're trying to always have 3,000 on hand, and then we want to have like however many fences basically get us there. Really, fences is just like if we're under 2,000, we gotta go buy. Or gamba for him. All of it. I wish every day was the first day of the season, to be honest. This is my favorite noise in the full thing. Like, there's a lot of good sets of noises, but this is easily my favorite. It's kind of cheating because it's a combination, but I don't care. Yeah, we're running somewhere around like 3 to 4x speed. Because it's already going to take about a week straight. And I just feel like we should just get there. Also, the noises are better, honestly, when it's a little bit faster. The noises are still good. They're different, but they're still good. quick flip over so that we get the fixed or the dog-proof code now running. Because boy, I don't want the dog to break this next time. Then we get to watch and make sure that this actually works. So instead of just checking a bunch of random tiles, this actually just counts and says if we have more than like 600 forage on the farm, we're probably ready to harvest. Are there functions for like that do? Because I'm just using a built-in function that just like counts the number of forage that are on the farm. I wonder if that's a function that exists for every location. I think only the farm has those. You can. I'm trying to avoid doing tons of really expensive like lookups. But you definitely could. I'll have to go look at code because I don't know off the top of my head. What was going on with the stone trading? So there's a threshold on fiber where we don't get more because we have enough fiber, which I think is 20 stacks basically, or maybe just 20,000, I don't remember. And then if we have over 100,000 stone, we stop dealing with jade and like stop deconning staircases, because I really, like, I think you would just overflow and then I think I'd get screwed. I actually am curious how much, we'll look at some point. I feel like I need like minor like item trackers for just like meme things, like how many maple syrup do we have? Because my guess is we have a decent amount in that chest. No, get total forage items is a specific to farm function. I mean, it's not complicated. It just is, you loop through and it's a spawned object, which is actually easier than I thought it was going to be. I'm like unclear how much faster that actually would be. Like, sure, you're warping. Like, the warping animation's not that fast. You have to fade out, fade back in. Which, like, vaguely does matter, because we want to... The more time passes, the less waiting we have. They're not super profound. You gotta have your safety seeds. Very important. Where? What does it take to craft a flute or a drum block? I do probably have like a stack copper ore still. And we do collect a lot of fiber and stone. That's like kind of an interesting strat for like the boundary like box. Would make derpy noises and also block things and keep the path open. Oh, you just bought one by the door. We could do that. Let this trade happen, and then I think we have enough stone just in a chest somewhere that we can do that. I'm not doing that. That seems like a lot of work. Yeah, right now this is just a bot playing. Yeah, so the TeaSapling challenge has been going, I think, it started probably 3 months back, which is to make 1 billion gold, 1 billion G, we're selling only TeaSaplings. A bunch of us are, I'm going to say silly, and try to do this seriously. And so this is my farm challenge. This is like my just casual attempt at this thing. And then at some point, at about 3.5 years in game into it, I was just like, I can't. You know, I want to finish this thing, but I am not going to do this manually. So I started writing up a bot to be able to actually do it for me. This is at least another, and real-time speed, like another 700 to 800 hours. At this speed, probably looking at about another 200 hours to finish. So a lot of things here, because they were stuff I was doing manually, or they were stuff for nonsense that I thought was going to be fast. It's some of the things like I have a bunch of fish ponds that make no sense given the fact that I'm never going to touch them again. And so a lot of this stuff has really just been set up for the casual version of farm. Welcome in. I mean, that's just like rough math. For me, I think when I was looking at my like seeds per season, let me go pull up one of my like notes apps that I've been doing math on because I've been like, oh my god, what am I doing with my life? I think I have basically at about 42,000 saplings a year. With this strat, which like this strat is totally doable. Hey Ava, welcome in Raiders. This is like 42,000 saplings a year, which is like 50 something years basically, or high 40s. Exactly. I just didn't notice. I like gotta time it when I tried to shout out. Hello. Just cried my eyes out. Oh goodness. Hopefully it wasn't so bad. Oh, Walking Dead. That's fair. You're playing through season 1, right? That game is so good. Holy cow. I'm doing my part. Thanks, Zachary. It didn't show me it happened, so I was confused. But I'm also a pretty scuffed streamer, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Seeds is the primary limiter. Seeds is everything. And yeah, I could do the left little bit. There's not that much more I could probably do. And also, yeah, Zachary's right. You get one stream a year, and I chose to stream for 200 hours. So I figured that was probably the easiest option. Could do garden prop strats. Again, this farm started as my casual farm, and I have done nothing to extend beyond that, and I am not going to qualify myself for it. You'll get there, Lizard. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I missed a bunch of follows. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. setting up a lot of things. Setting up like the actual stream for things like alerts or whatever. That was low prio. I mean, I don't stream that often, so it's not super surprising. Again, one stream a year, so. I think last year was Remix, probably. Which, thank goodness, this doesn't look as bad as that video did. Holy cow. There's still some frame chop that I get a little bit, I feel like, but it's not nearly as bad as that video was. Looks like our anti-dog prevention has worked. I didn't notice last time we harvested it, but we definitely seem to be good to go. So, in theory, the dog can't break us anymore. Now I'm curious what the next breaking moment will be. Yeah, we now count how many forage there are on the farm. And if it's above like 600, we now collect. We just like farm like normal. You're watching a bot play Stardew Valley to make $1 billion G. But I can only sell TeaSaplings. Why can I not remember what on earth I'm doing? Oh, come on. Yeah, my brain is only TeaSaplings. Thankfully, this is going to be how I exercise that from my brain. Like, I won't have to think about it the second this is done. Which is going to be real good. I can go focus on some other stupid meme, which will be equally fun. That's the exciting part, Zachary. I will be free to do the next sequel. Yeah. We gotta get to Ginger Island first. It's fun. Once you get into it, it's like pretty nice. I honestly like doing it more than playing the base game at this point. I find it fun. The nice part about this challenge actually is that like really did reinvigorate a lot of my actual desire to play the game, because I hadn't played Stardew Valley probably in like a year and a half, 2 years, but like I put like 150 hours to this casually before deciding to break it down and just not play ever again. I got like halfway decent at animation canceling for the first time ever. I got to Ginger Island for the first time ever. It's good. Yeah, honestly, to me the answer is that like that's why I'm looking at things like nut percent or something to that level, because I need something that's going to get me far along in the process, like without having to do like the full thing from scratch, because like it's too daunting to just start with perfection tasks, because you don't really know what's like technically feasible. Like, you know all the things you can do, but like actually how long anything takes, how to route anything, like at some level it's just impossible to trace the task unless you've like done a run, felt a lot of the like pains that are going to be like the volcano stuff is all going to be fascinating to me. And like being able to at least look at the volcano maps ahead of time, like that's been super nice. Now I can start to think about, okay, what do I want on a 4-1 volcano first time I visit? But like previously I just couldn't do. Let me explain how the bot works a bit. Sure. So, right off the rip, I have a SMAPI mod that basically hooks into the game and allows me to inject, different like inputs. So I can do all the mouse movement, I can use all the keyboard stuff. All of that can be just like directly input into the game. Now, I have a bunch of small little checks here and there that basically say like, do I have, are all the wood chippers done? And do I need wood? If I do, then I should go path to the cellar, which is where all my wood chippers are, throw a bunch of hardwood in, walk out. A little quiet relative to some of the louder game sounds. Let's figure that out. I'm gonna bump myself up a little bit. I can also talk a little bit closer to the mic instead of what I'm currently doing, which is just like flailing around. Is this better? Not better? It's probably not super different. Okay, cool. So, and actually we can just show it for some of the stuff. So, oops, this is me removing a ton of code. So I have a bunch of different things that I check for. Things like, do I have enough stone in my chest? Do I have enough fences, hardwood, wood? How many saplings do I have? On Ginger Island, how much speed grow do I have, for example? Yeah, I mean, to be honest, some of these noises I'm just not going to be able to talk over unless I just like mute the game volume, which I can do a little bit. I'll knock that down a little bit while we're going through. Whether I need a food buff or a drink buff, or things like, is the casino open? Because I need the casino to be open to actually go there. So I have a bunch of these different checks that I just basically build up. And then I have some sort of higher level checks that are like, should I deconstruct fences? Well, I want to if I have enough deconstructors available, right? So the deconstructors are all ready to go. I have enough fences to fully fit them. Let's not break the code. And I need more hardwood. So I have a minimum hardwood that I want to get to. Cool. Good. I just kind of randomly clicked, so that's great. I do that for everything, right? So do I have enough stone? If I have enough stone, I shouldn't worry about having staircases. I don't care anymore. If it's not the night market, because the desert trader doesn't work on the night market day, and I have enough jade, and it's a Sunday, and I need stone still, let's go get let's go trade our jade in for stone, or for staircases, which will then go, deconstruct. And then basically for each one of these, I have a bunch of logic that I run sort of in series through a bunch of these different chores that I have effectively. So, if the first thing, should I go to bed? It's late, you should go to bed. Do I need a food buff? Let's eat. If I need a drink buff, let's drink. Should I craft saplings? Let's go craft saplings. Do I need fences? If I do, let's go gamble for some. Jades, staircases, etc. Blah, 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 blah. Right, so all these different things, and it basically just goes through them in order. And this is kind of like loosely the order that I think is like good enough. I'm sure that there's tons of tweaking and tuning I could do to all of this stuff, but this is going to take 200 hours, and I might as well just let it run. It works. It seems to be like leveling reasonably well, so I'm not super concerned there. And then if nothing needs to be done, I just go to bed, which is why I might go to bed at like noon versus having to be up until 12:20. And then for each of these, basically, there's some code or logic that's running to actually move the character around. So for example, if I want to trade fiber, the first thing I want to do is just check, do I still have stone to pick up? If I do, I should go pick up all the stone. Then I'm going to trade fiber. So I'm going to go to the desert. I'm going to walk up to a specific spot. And then I'm going to basically pull out all of the stone that I can, leaving one slot open. Then I'm going to open the desert trader window. Then I'm going to basically buy all of the fiber I can, because you can trade stone for fiber on Tuesdays. And then I'm going to basically leave. I'm going to dump the fiber to a chest. And then I'm going to do this until I don't have any whatever left, right? And so like this, and this is the kind of logic that basically exists for all of these individual steps. So there's walk to this place, interact with this entity or this like this trading menu, or dump a thing into a chest, or grab something from a crystallarium, or chip something, or decon something, and then go on the rest. So it's mostly just a bunch of these different types of kind of steps, individually kind of built out. And the idea was effectively to have kind of individual little like states and functions to run those, so that it was hopefully easier to decompose the logic for all of this stuff. There's definitely like, if I were to do like really try hard something like this, one, it would take so long. We're at about like 2 million frames here. I think today we've run about 4 million in total frames. For comparison, I think the remix task was like 70,000 frames, something like that maybe. And that took me like several hundred hours to do. So this is just like impractical. Like you could never get this done. So instead we kind of just sort of say, let's just take all the individual pieces of logic, break them out, make it as simple as possible to at least reason about all the different ones, and then basically let it rip. There's some basic stuff that sort of hopefully keeps it semi good, or at least just still chugging along here. And that's really things like there are overflow checks on like, if I have this much fiber, I shouldn't be trading more fiber. If I have this much wood, I don't need more hardwood, things like that. Yeah, once you get into sort of the modding scene and you're able to like actually start to inject and control the game, you can do basically anything. It's honestly, it's super cool. I like this stuff a lot. Plus, it makes just ridiculously cool noises, which is the best part of it. Okay, that's much better. Oh, wait. I wonder what run I did that was 70k frames. JoJo% might have been 70k frames. That makes sense, because 70k is like 20 minutes. Right? Or like something like that. Do we? I'm sure it's fine. Yeah, I mean, something's going to break at some point. Now might be the time. I think it's just we didn't have enough staircases to prompt us to the, like, next, like, stone drop-off. Iridium site. I mean, I have a golden site somewhere. Could get that extra range, I guess. I watch these gambas with bated breath. That it's just like not going to work at some point. I actually really hope the iridium scythe is like equally useless to the gold scythe. Like that's my dream. I think it should have like 2 extra pixels beyond gold scythe. I think I've got basically all the tiles that are tillable on the GI farm, right? Glass useful would also be good. 1 second, my dog's barking at me. I'm back. Yeah, it's effectively uncapped right now. It's as fast as the Lua engine can go, which is like way slower, I think, than when we started stream. I'm gonna guess that's because the game has been trying to run. So I think we were at like close to a full day of like technical stream. Let me go do some quick math. So 5 million, like 5.1 million frames is one full day. We're probably somewhere in the mid, like low fours right now. Because we've reset a couple times just because of reasons. So yeah, we're chugging along. We're at almost 24 hours of game time played in the thing, which is why it's starting to slowly break down. At some point, I might want to actually just do a full refresh of like SMAPI, basically, because it's really not meant to do this. It's doing pretty well, but not meant to do it. I'd have to look at the frames. It doesn't feel like it's that fast, but I don't actually know. Yeah, I figured it was like 3.5 to 4. It was like generally what I'm expecting. But we're also only at like, we're at like 4 point something million probably. So we're only like 80% of the day. Which might only be like 2.5. I mean, it was very important. I'm also willing to do that. That might be like a fun idea again. I think I said this earlier. But like every day or something, or maybe every so often, we just are like, let's add a stupid other chore. Mermaid's not going to back down on this. They're like, this is very important. Go on, Zachary. What was the thing you were trying to rule out as a secret thing? Yes, it did not do the thing that was supposed to happen. This is because we dog-proofed our code into not working at all. So let's go. Dog proofing successful. The dog cannot kill us anymore because we don't have anything. It's so dog proof. You wouldn't even understand. Okay. So the logic before was if it's it would be really bad to not plant seeds. Thankfully, we have like a day or two of like leeway because I think we finish seeds on like the 26th normally. Freaking dog. It's just so stupid. What would be the best way to solve this? Like looking at code, being like, this is not obvious to me what I'm gonna do. Oh, I'm not resetting. Like we're gonna roll this from where we are. Yeah, bark. Am I not typing? I'm typing into Twitch chat, not into the game. It's not gonna help me very well. Oh god. What is this? Surely there's a thing that the farm computer does that would be useful. Surely. Yeah, so it didn't pass the check. So let's back up a second. It didn't do it because I simplified the dog check. So like the dog check used to be, or the check used to be, here are some random tiles. If it's between these days, just don't do anything anyways. Like I don't care. Don't worry about it. Then I would come in and just check to see, do I have everything? Otherwise, I'm gonna just nuke this thing. If there isn't a thing on this tile, it's the day of the month. And then if it's, whatever, if the number of things is equal to the number of this, so basically if all of these are full and it's the day of the 28th, then I also want to flip. But this I thought was going to be easier, and it turns out is not as easy. Farm computer. Total open hoe dirt is a function. That's really convenient. So if I were to go, that's going to give me the, that's going to be interesting. I'm curious how this is going to work. Let me get back to game. It's actually a surprisingly large amount. And then the other one I wanted to check was get total crops. 0. Okay. No. This is actually annoying. Well, when I want to know one thing. I want to know if this counts as a crop for this purpose. That's right. I got a 0 out of that. Get total crops. 1. Cool. We will be fine. We can use that function. Because this counts as a crop that exists. And I have how many hoe dirt is there? So I think it's just check if the total crops is less than whatever. Or I have more of the thing. So actually I think that logic is pretty easy. Right, so if I don't have, no, I want get total crops. Right, so let's think about this for a second. If in these days I don't want to do it, if there are over 600, I'm not worrying about that. I don't think it's going to matter. I mean, I could do 600 here. It's the same thing effectively. I won't have 600 dead crops, and if I do, I've had a real bad time. That is a possible brick moment, I guess, if you miss the 28th somehow. But if I have over 600, I want to harvest. Or if I don't have 600 on the field, I want to harvest. Let's give it a whirl. So farm comes after a bunch of stuff. So farm will hopefully happen here in a second. Decon stairs is pretty high. I'm expecting this weight to do it. Yeah, okay. Now we're gonna do the farm. Cool. Good catch. I wasn't really super paying attention, so it was a good catch. Surely this is foolproof and won't break at all. For sure. We're just getting better every time. I'm not sure it's actually more foolproof. Yeah, like, it seems easier. I don't know. I feel like this is going to break some other way now that I can't think of. It seems unlikely you would have 600 early harvest because you have... Yeah, it's probably more foolproof. Yeah. Everything we're doing is probabilistic here. And we're just hoping that the probability is very low. And like rough math is the probability is probably pretty low. But yeah, so like odds, yeah, exactly. Like the odds that I have 600 tiles, pretty low. If it happened, I'd be screwed for sure. But it's like unlikely that's gonna happen. Like what are the odds? And I remembered to actually switch scenes back, so that's good. Yeah, yeah. I wanted to not do anything between like that last week basically, because I want to try and also retain as many of the host spots as possible. Yeah, exactly. 50-50. Most things in life are 50-50, so. We'll find out. I don't think so, because again, the check for that is before the other check. And then on the actual like chore for harvesting the farm, I swap. Here, I'll do a quick show just so that it's like. Where do I harvest farm? Oops. Harvest farm. If it's not the 28th, so if it's the 28th, I don't bother picking up seeds. So on the 28th, I won't have seeds in my inventory to accidentally burn. It's basically the saving grace there. This was from a time when I didn't have enough safety stock. Probably doesn't matter anymore, but we'll leave it because I'm afraid. The rest of this I think is fine. Yeah, if it has seeds found, which will be false, it will replant, but it doesn't have them, so it won't try to replant. So it should be good, yeah. Basically, the check that I was showing before is the, like, do I need to do something on the farm? And then the actual logic for how to actually handle the farm, that's, like, separated out to, like, what do I specifically need to now manage? We should be fine. Oh, that would be fun. That would actually be a lot of fun. That might be a fun thing to try at some point. In the same way, like, we start to play around with the jukebox. What I appreciate is every so often it just like slows down for like literally no reason. I'm like, that's just like me. All right, wireless headphones acquired. Or wired headphones, sorry. Yeah, it's hidden in the top left corner. Probably not super visible unless I'm like exactly in one place for the TeaSaplings. Right, for the chest for TeaSaplings. It'll become more clear as I get more TeaSaplings and I have to go up into the farther parts of the chest, like chest monster. It's TAS. We can get one whenever we want. I also already said screw it to hats. Like, I'm just not bothering. But we could totally get one whenever we wanted. Hey V, welcome in. The rule set doc? Yeah, challenge. I like the ability to like walk around my house a little bit because like realistically I'm streaming, but I'm like not really streaming, right? Like I've made dinner, I like cleaned up a little bit, I walked my dog a bit ago. Like I'm not really, I'm kind of here. Yeah, exactly. I really hope this works. I'm gonna be annoyed when it doesn't work. Nothing has gotten slower as faster as I know, Vicky. Gamba's a good one. That's a good one. I need to create a counter that is how many loops I do. Okay, that's easy. We're gonna count how many circles we do each time. That's gonna be exciting, right? I mean, I choose literally every tile and see if it can... Yes, it can. Yeah, it's got a special thing for millions. Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to build a UI, I was like, I know how many I need, so it's at least easy for that. It's called slots? What? I mean, that feels like the same as my, like, stupid joke for the chore challenge. Which was I was going to submit a run where all I did was I walked slowly around the house, sat in some furniture, and then went to bed, like, early. And I was like, that would make me laugh. I don't know if Cord would want to watch that for 30 minutes. We'll get the tea set next time. Don't worry. Yeah, it's very, very important to the run to do that. I mean, it doesn't matter if you can or can't. We either got one or we didn't. It's too bad. Wrong time. We got another like 45-ish swings probably at it, so it's probably fine. It's a really good behavior. I like that a lot. Okay, I gotta fix that. That's really funny. Such a waste of time. It's such a waste of time. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. So is this blocking any chores that I actually care about is the question. The dog fix is continuing to go worse and worse. I really should have just made the dog fix like the stupid way, and it would have been totally fine. How how much is this bricking things that I actually want to do? Well, brick's turning in jades, so that's a problem. I don't need to turn in jades today, but it would probably be good. All right, we're fixing this. I'm sorry. It's gonna do this like literally every other time, like or something. Like at the very least, I need to move trading jades above this, and then we can let it continue. If we're like super down to keep this just complete freaking nonsense. But like I need it to at least turn in jades. Like I need that to happen. Will it go to bed? It will go to bed at some point, so that's good. All right, well, we'll leave it. Now we'll be slightly faster when we do it, so that's good. Now it's time for this. I just... By the way, this is how it works, if you weren't aware. I'm just walking a path. Oh, I mean, it's going to be totally fine. There's no problems now. Surely. I could have just... All I had to do... Like, the funniest thing is, all I had to do was just take a block, like, over here. The dog's not going to be here. Like, the dog won't be there. So I don't have to worry about it. Instead, I was like, let's just try new things. And let's, like, tweak the logic that you tested for, like, 20 hours. Like, surely I'll just do it on the fly better than that. Dog, get out of the way. It's just every time. So normally what would happen is there would be nothing to do and it would just wait. So instead of waiting, we just walk the farm. And maybe sometime there'll be something there. Not this time, but maybe sometime. What am I going to do? I have to like go back and think about this logic again. Yeah, it's pretty much only affecting waiting. You're slightly less efficient now because like, oh man, it's going to be after 12:20 before I get home. This is scary. It's like it's super late right now. Like super late. You're not supposed to be this late. I don't know what happens. Didn't seem to matter. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing I'm adding, Sam. That's exactly right. This is so much grass. I'm actually like so impressed by that I'm gonna reset the day here. We got to 2.7 million on this. We're at basically 5 million total frames or so. We're gonna do a quick reset anyways. Yeah, farming once per day would work in theory, but like that requires me to remember state, and I don't remember state. I just recompute state every time. So what I did instead is I just said if there's less than 600 crops and it's not the 28th, which hopefully is the logic that I want. I'm gonna simplify this syntax a little bit. And we're gonna go for it. See what happens. I'm also super like happy that the scything of the grass works. That was one thing that like I spent a decent amount of time trying to figure out how to make that actually like not just completely garbage. I mean, it's kind of weird the way it works, but no, because it's an or statement. So it's if there are over 600 items or the total crops is under 600 and the day of the month is not 28. So like the logic statement is this. So it's, you know, you get to basically say, okay, if there is enough to forage, you should do it. Otherwise, if you don't have anything and it's not the 28, do it. And I think that's right. Again, this, like, panicking about this dog, which again has been super fixed because like the dog won't be here. The dog isn't gonna be in like in the middle of the farm. Like, you just pick a spot that's like reasonable. But whatever. So we've spent a lot of time trying to fix something that was effectively working. But we're back. Oh yeah, and once this task starts, it will not stop midway. It might chain multiple. Wait, what? V what? Yeah, dog is self-correcting for sure. It's a weird thing to say. Have you? They not? That doesn't make any sense to me. V. Seems like a like career limiting move type thing. Oh, that's super rough. Hope you're feeling better. I hope you start feeling better. I don't think I've actually had COVID yet. Which seems like mind-boggling to me. But I don't think I've ever actually tested positive. Oh. Are they making fun of you or the situation? Yeah, that's fair. Is that the mandatory I need to be back on work on Wednesday? Or is that the, like, you're good to go, you think? Like, you feel like you'll be better? I'm gonna guess it's the former. I don't know how to add emotes into the game. I thought about this. I thought about seeing if I could, like, get chat to display in the in-game chat box. I looked at that for, like, a solid 30 minutes and then gave up. It's just not the same. And to be honest, I think I could get like the chat to show up correctly, but I can't get his emotes, and I want the emotes to show up if I'm just gonna do it. Is there a 7TV mode? I think 20 stacks or 24 stacks. You can go look. $24 stacks. Which, like, is probably too low, too high. Because you're going to get 20 stacks from just the stone that I have. Did I miss a trading day? Interesting. I'm not worried, you're worried. Oh, we had 24K fiber. Okay. Yeah, that would have been the threshold then. Yeah, if the fiber count is over the min fiber, I don't do it. That hopefully means we're going to zoom to the next one then, because we only really need wood. I'm glad I drank a coffee and ate a spicy eel too. Well, I don't need them, and I'm afraid that if I pick them up, I'll start bricking my inventory. So it's just easier to... If I don't need stone, I don't need them, so... Yeah, it's true. I have, like, enough to... Oh, let me go look at the math quick that I've done. I guess I didn't count how many layerings I needed. I need like 680 jade a week, which is like pretty, like we're definitely there, because we have like 212 something. Oh, I meant 212 jade layerium specifically. Let's go, Zachary. How do I not have nod? Yeah, thank you. I think really what happened was I started looking at 7 TV emotes yesterday, and then I got bored after like 40 seconds of looking. And realized there's too many to go through. No, I don't have a lot because I was like, oh my god, there's so much. I don't even know what crane is. Oh, yeah, I do know what crane is. Yeah, both of those seem good. Wait, the Samantha Coffin made that? Holy cow. I am making 0 progress on this overlay. So this is going to be a tomorrow thing at this point. My brain's just not doing it. It's not putting the characters together. Well, I've like been mostly talking for like, well, I didn't talk for like the first hour or two, but 5 or 6. Which is far too many hours in the day for someone to talk, to be honest. I don't know how people do this. And people like normally have to actually focus on what they're doing. I'm doing very, very little. Oh, for sure. I mean, I think somewhere probably like 7 hours ago I said high startup cost, low effort is way better than low startup cost, high effort in terms of streaming. Like, I would much rather do what I've done, which is like, the stream's going to run itself. At some point overnight, it's probably going to brick. Or sometime while I'm at work tomorrow, it's probably going to brick. I'm working from home at least, so I can kind of like semi-pretend to watch. But it's gonna happen at some point. Which it's also comedy, right? Because you get a moment like you're just gonna run casually around the farm, really hoping there'll be new forage this time. I also lost connection, Zachary, so you're probably going to beat me today if you actually finish. So just letting you know, that's the bar if you wanted to win still. Because I lost all patience and just gave up. And then I'm like, oh, I probably could have gotten that one in hindsight. I mean, you've got, what, 4.5 hours to figure it out. You had so much time to perfect it. But also, you could do other things. So, you know, whatever. Hypothetically, I can do a lot of things. Yeah, I could. Do you want to be on stream talking? I can throw you on stream. I don't really care. I'm getting pretty close to deciding that I want to do the ultimate streamer move, which is mute myself here and then go sit on a couch in a different room and watch my stream on my phone or on my laptop. That's fine. That's some huge brain, Elena. Absolutely. I'm just saying other content creators wish they could just be like, you know what? I'm just going to walk away from my stream and it'll just be fine. Kind of catching up on the chat. No worries. Which I think is probably about now. I think I'm probably going to be off mic for the rest of the night. Thanks all for hanging out. I'll still be in the chat, kind of hanging out there. We'll go to emote mode when I end up calling myself out for the night. Just stop watching in general. So, but this is just going to keep rolling. We're at 9 hours of what I think is about 200. We made today close to we're at 130. We started the day at around like 38K. So 90K in about 9 hours, so about 10K an hour. It's pretty much my like 1 hour a season estimate. So I'm right about where I expected. So, about maybe 180 to 200 hours still. So we're on pace, even with the little divergence we had. So maybe we'll be a little bit faster. But thanks all for hanging out. I'll still be in chat. Love y'all.
you You